What's up, everybody? Peace, 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 people. Hey, what's up, African Goddess? Thank you for being here. I really appreciate seeing you. It's been a long time. I thought I would come on early. It's been a long time since I've been able to come on in the mornings, but today I got time and a lot of things I want to get to today concerning Trump. He is definitely not shy. He is not passive, aggressive in any way or form when it comes to dealing with immigration and issues that he sees deemed controversial. And I just want to talk about what is going on with Trump at the cabinet meeting, first and foremost. I want to say, because it's uncomfortable, because I know a lot of people that are watching are really, really upset about what Trump's doing, especially if you are an immigrant and you are here, with, the privileges that you used to assume that you would have, and you've been enjoying, all the things that you got by being over here, especially if you were a refugee, and many other ways of being an immigrant or a migrant. And of course, if you are illegal here, I'm not really on the side of any form of illegal immigration at all. But Trump is really stumping down really hard when he said that he was going to do mass deportations and he was going to do a reset. He is not playing no games at all. So what I want to do first is just say for the listeners that I'm not trying to purposely inflame anybody. It is not my intention. It's not my intention to gloat or mock or make fun of anyone that might feel offended or potentially touched by what Trump's doing. It is unfortunate that a lot of people are going to be affected by what Trump's been doing. For the people that are American born or who have been here for generations, such as myself, we're not feeling what people that come here are going to be feeling, obviously. I wish that I could say something to make it feel better about showcasing what I'm going to showcase, but there's just no easy way to show videos or, show the words that Trump speaks and his tone or anything like that. I'm not trying to antagonize anyone, but I'm just trying to share with the audience my views and also the realities that are here that you can't hide from. There's no pretend that that's going on with anything that Trump's doing. And we just have to be real and understand what is happening and what's coming down the road. For those that are listening, I would just try to encourage you to think about the options that you may not have thought about before, maybe strategize to figure out another way of thinking about what to do with the time that you have left if you are an immigrant that's on TPS, or an immigrant that's losing a lot of different things that you were accustomed to having, on what to do moving forward, because, things are not gonna look up for a while. Trump's gonna be in office for another 3 years. So realistically, he's going to be doing as much as he thinks he can get away with. And that's just really the bottom line. So for YouTube, and, this is not about hate speech at all. I have no hate in my heart. I don't hate anybody. I do dislike certain types of people that have been antagonizing Black Americans. But I don't have, hate or want to see people hurt, but I can't control what's going on. All I can say is try to do your very, very best with what you learn or understand what's coming in relation to what Trump's doing. So for all videos that I show, is going to be fair use for educational purposes, for information, and for entertainment, if that's for some that looks at it like that. I don't know, but it's not meant to be invasive or imposement, but to inform and enlighten for those that want to get the perspective that I have. And it's always coming from, from my own perspective, that is not being it's not being influenced by groups of people or anyone. It's just my opinion by what I see and how I feel off the cuff. So that's all I can say. You said not surprised by anything that's happening. Trump was very clear during this campaign. That's what I'm saying, African Goddess. To me, he gave a very big red flag for like 9-10 months on the campaign trail. He was boldly saying what he was going to do. He literally said this was going to be the biggest deportation campaign ever in history, if I remember it right. He said that he was resetting, he was cleaning out the swamp. He went on and on every day, diligently telling people that's what he meant to do. So I'm really shocked by a lot of people that voted for Trump, especially if you were an immigrant and he was talking about deportations. As tough as he was, I would have had a second thought about voting for Trump. I voted for Trump because I'm American and I'm American first. And to me, when I go outside, I don't recognize America like I remember it. It doesn't feel very American like it used to. It really kind of feels like an immigrant situation. I kind of feel uncomfortable going out. Like, I never have felt this way before until recently. But there's a big change in California. There's barely any Black people here. I think we're only like 8% in California. So just imagine if you're used to seeing 25% Black people, and now it's down to 8%. And think about all the different types of people that have come to America: Muslims and Indians and Mexicans and Africans and Caribbeans and everybody. And it does not feel and look like what I remember America as. So it is uncomfortable for someone like me to see a drastic turn of the face of America. And that's what I was like, feeling like things were turning for the worse, to the point where it felt like Americans were being replaced, literally. That was my perception of what I was seeing, and I didn't like it. So I voted for Trump in hopes that he would do away with some of the influx of illegals and some of the criminals and things of that nature I was on, because I knew that having 12 to 20 million people coming in for 4 years was not going to be a blessing for me or my community or us as a country. It just can't mean a blessing. It cannot. So Trump did not hold any prisoners, telling the tale of what he was going to do. And so I was really shocked that many immigrants were listening to him and voting for him still. It kind of feels like they believed that all the rhetoric was falling on us as Black Americans, to be honest with you. It kind of felt like they thought he was referring to Black Americans because everybody is so confused on why we are not targeted with all these deportations. And they didn't understand the Constitution. They didn't understand what we were here as being really American. I mean, for some strange reason, a lot of immigrants assume that we are not American, and they really got their hair pulled back. They got the shock of their life when they started seeing these deportations taking effect and not seeing Black Americans being deported anywhere. And I think that because they have so much ill will feeling towards Black Americans and a sick jealousy and hatred for us, that they were blindsided. They had tunnel vision on how they were looking at how Trump was talking. And it all backfired. And, you know, for some of them, I'm kind of, I wouldn't say happy about it, but it's like karma that they would think so awful about, you know, hoping that it would target Black Americans, and then it didn't. So anyways, I just think that I would hold off on hating us so much, because that's not a good thing. And this has not been a good thing to see. But some of this deportations, like I said, I signed up for. I wouldn't say all of it. I didn't know that the asylum seekers and green card holders and other people that maybe been a citizen might not be kept free from Trump's grips. I don't think that I thought that way, that I didn't think it would go that far. But let's listen to why Trump is turned to where he's at now. And everything that continues to be showcased and come up in the news as far as scams. Like I said, many immigrants, I have learned, I didn't know this in the beginning, but I have learned by paying attention, they have a lot of scammy traditions or habits, and they don't mind taking over, doing whatever they can to get over on the system if they can. And watching the Somalians in Minnesota and hearing about how much money they have been stealing, billions of dollars, and how they went about doing it, I am floored that they would even go that far, to think that they could get away with it for so long and not be caught. But yeah, Trump is about to lay it down. But before I show Trump's portion of what he said, I want to first play one of his cabinet ladies. I forgot her name. I think her name is Noam. But she sets it off first, and then I'm going to play what he had to say. But please hit the like button if you could. Please share and subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
Thank you for allowing me to be part of this team. For people here who are focused on winning, special thanks to Howard and Scotty, who were there with me to see the
controversial too, but it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American. The fights that you pick are the right fights, and they're always on behalf of this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this job heading up this department. If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He led them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team, because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays too, and make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right. Pam,
This is the bad ones.
that's right.
And there are a lot of them.
They're terrible, horrible people. And Pam, make sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer, will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security. And they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So if somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose. We appreciate you.
She said a mouthful right there. She said, we're sending you back just in time for the holidays. My God. Whoo. They are, again, if you guys don't hear the seriousness, the tone, they're not playing. They're not effing around. People need to just tap out and accept the inevitable. I would, if I was in the predicament of some of these immigrants, I would maximize as best I can the monies that I can make, sell everything that I have. If I was a Haitian, I would definitely look into trying to get to Africa or some other place like Asia, somewhere, Taiwan, or I don't know. I would look around. I would exhaust looking around to see whatever else I could do. If it's not safe to go back to Haiti, I wouldn't give Trump the opportunity to deport me and take me, harshly back to a place that's hostile. Later on in his live, there is a lady that just recently went back, and she told her story. The first night she was there in Haiti, she was raped, and she was devastated. I think that before I would let somebody put their hands on me, I want to put the destiny on me to make the decision to do what I need to do to be as safe as possible. So I would take a gamble and go somewhere else and figure out once I got there, what I was going to do, or how. I mean, as long as you got some money to start with, hopefully these people have been saving money. Some people really have businesses and restaurants and other things of that nature. So they have more than a little bit of chump change to work with. But it's just that some of these immigrants feel that their land mass is an extension to America, and they don't want to shake that thought. And those are the ones that are going to really, unfortunately, get their feelings really hurt, and they're going to actually be in harm's way by trying to rely on the system of, waiting for Supreme Court or some other judge to make a decision, or hopes that they will stop or slow down Trump, holding on to all hope to stay in America. And then when that falls short and you find yourself back in Haiti or somewhere else that's not really safe, then you're really going to be upset with yourself, because you could have done something different if you just would have got your mind on right and thought clearer about the possibility of not being able to stay in America overall. I think you got to get there quick. For those that are listening, I think you got to get there quick. But African Goddess says that the smart people are selling up and going, waiting to get picked up by ICE and sent home with nothing is madness. That's what I'm saying, African Goddess. There ain't no way I would just wait for them just to take me somewhere hostile. There ain't no way I would allow myself to be hemmed up and roughed up, dragged, or deported to another landmass that I'm not even from. Because there are cases where some people are landing up in Africa because the other home country wouldn't take them. So there's designations for you to go to Rwanda or Ghana and some other place. And it's not good to allow yourself to be, put in that predicament. I just would not want or encourage anyone to think that that is the thing to do. African Goddess says the global crisis will not end in 3 years. Even after Trump leaves office, migrants will not be welcome in the West. No, they're not. It's very much frowned upon. I was looking at a couple of other videos in UK. They are definitely, having a different mindset about who they want to have, in their countries, and they want to kind of do what we're doing. So it's kind of like a cascading effect that other people are starting to do exactly what we're doing. They're feeling more comfortable and confident to do after United States is doing what they're doing, and they're not going to have any guilt like they would have, because America, which is the leader globally, is taking the initiation to do these things, and so others will follow. And so that's why I say don't wait until you don't have an option. That's terrible to do. Alan says, need martial law enacted immediately. Why do you say that, Alan? Why do you say that we need martial law? I do understand that there's a lot more danger out here because a lot of immigrants, in my mind, are wanting to retaliate. Just like recently, there was a story about a mass shooting that just happened. Let me see if I can find that video. There was just recently a mass shooting, y'all, with an illegal immigrant there in Texas, and he shot 6 people at a bar, and 6 were shot, 2 are dead, and there's a manhunt going on. This guy, his name is Jose Osman Aguilar Cantilino, if I'm pronouncing it right. He's 32 years old. He's been placed on the Texas Department of Public Safety, DPS, 10 most wanted criminal illegal immigrants list after authorities say he opened fire outside the Alice Locals sports bar killing 2 people and wounding 4 others. So let's look at this. This is why Trump's not playing, but this is the danger that we have now entered in, actually. And I'm trying to tell Americans to please be mindful that there are a lot of desperate illegals and immigrants that feel entitled still to America, and they're lashing out, they're retaliating, and they're going to they're going to not go without kicking and beating or doing something, or committing a crime or murder or something. So we got to be very vigilant and be aware of your surroundings, and understand that this is the time for hostility to erupt anywhere. And you need to be prepared for all of that, because this is a example of that, with this guy going off like he did. So let's look at this real quick, and then I'll get to Trump's video, because I really want to show what he had to say. But I didn't want to start off with his video because it's heavy what he had to say.
Well, good evening. New information tonight coming out of Liberty County after a shooting over the weekend left 6 people hurt, 2 dead, and 1 suspect on the run. Fox 26's Leslie Dellispour live for us at the Liberty County Sheriff's Office with the latest. Leslie.
Yeah, the Liberty County Sheriff's Office says the man responsible for shooting 6 people over the weekend at a bar could be on his way to New Orleans or Atlanta. Here's what we know so far. 32-year-old Jose Osman Aguilar Cantillano has a murder warrant out for his arrest from the Liberty County Sheriffs. Sheriffs say he is responsible for shooting 6 people at Alice Locust Bar in this area over the weekend, but they don't have a motive at this time. Liberty County Sheriffs believe he is driving a white van or a green 4-door Toyota Corolla. They don't have license plates at this time, but with the help of information from witnesses and the community, they were able to gather lots of information thus far. Now, 2 people have died. Their names are Alexis Jasso, a 30-year-old man, and Fernando Navarrete, a 43-year-old man who died yesterday. Now, out of the other 4 victims, 3 have been released from the hospital, and 1 went from critical to stable condition. Liberty County Sheriffs say they have gathered lots of information with the help of the community coming forward, and they also know that Cantillano was not a regular customer at the bar. And they tell us his wife, 23-year-old Alejandra Marie Valdez Montoya, has been arrested as well. Take a listen.
Okay, so before we get into that, I want to say this first, right? You're not going to come over here and demonize ICE to me. You're just not. You're not. When these are the kind of people that Tom Holman and the gang, Stephen Miller, Christy Nolan, everybody are trying to take off the streets, and you have idiots like my troll-faced mayor here in LA, Karen Bass, saying that ICE is hunting Latinos, that is just utter nonsense and complete disrespect.
And yeah, wording it like that is very offensive, because again, there are illegals and immigrants that do commit crime. They never have been focused on before like they are now. They're used to black crimes being focused on. So I know it's irregular to see them being hyphenated and spotlit. But, the Democrats who are in support of immigration and illegal immigrants being here, and anybody being here, loves to spin the story about what the immigrants are actually doing. They're trying to humanize them more. Even though they're not here all the time for the best reasons. A lot of these people are not vetted or known. And like I said, this guy, he committed mass shooting at a bar in Texas, and he shot 6 people. How do you do that? But he was an illegal immigrant, and he's on the most wanted criminal list. So I just wanted you guys to get a piece of that right there. So there's more than enough reason for Trump to have the attitude that he has. And like I said, there's going to be more of the same, in my mind, of people being very upset and retaliating and acting out. And I think that we should be aware that, this could happen over and over again. Now, let me find this video of Trump. he really had something to say about Ihan, the Somalian lady. I guess she's a congresswoman, and he has some choice words for her. I never heard a president say this type of word before, but I'm not shocked. When he said it, I was like, wow. He said it plain and simple for anyone to understand what he meant. Let me see. I had the video. Where'd it go? I'm gonna play this real quick, and I want to get you guys' opinion about how you feel about it. Hold on, then. See. Okay, is this it? I don't like the videos that are talking about what he said. I want him to say what he said. And no, that's not the right one. Hold on, let me get this. Okay, here's a clip of it right here. All right, so he just basically told Somalians that they're not welcome. He's not happy with their frauding and lying and scheming and scamming, and you know, he's not thrilled.
Somalians off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Somebody say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I can say that about other countries too. I can say it about other countries too. We don't want them there. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We can go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
And that is, unfortunately, the sentiment of many, many Americans at this point in time. And also Black Americans who normally never tripped off of immigration or immigrants before, until we started getting a lot of disrespectful people on social media, and people just showcasing us in the most unsavory light, comparing us to a lot of their accomplishments and telling us that we ain't shit, we ain't got culture, we don't have class, we ain't got morality, we ain't nothing, we'll never be nothing, and all these types of things that many of the immigrants that have come utilized every benefit off of the backs of sacrifice of our ancestors of America. Literally used our benefit and bettered their situation off of what our ancestors died and fought for. And they decided to come over here and floss in front of us and mock us and just make everything seem really, you know, like we just unbearable types of people. And it's like, now that the tables have turned, where Trump is like now targeting immigrants, now they're calling for Black Americans, and we're not falling for that. I'm just going to let y'all know, we know that is all fake and phony. We know that if you didn't need us, you wouldn't want us in your space, in your face. You wouldn't want to hear our voices, none of that. And we refuse to let you use us and be useful fools for you. So we're not protesting. The ones that are going to do that protesting bullshit are Democratic shills or Pan-African nutty bars. Those are the only two types that would. People like myself that are normal are not. We're not fucking with any protest, any, anything. We're not putting our necks out there. We're not going to jail. We're not screaming for nothing. We're not going to cry. We're not going to throw ourselves on the ground and none of that stuff. You guys have fucked up majorly. And people know that they have. So I'm hearing a lot of voices and videos of people that are screaming out for Black Americans when before people were saying we didn't have an identity. They didn't know who we were. We ain't nothing but a generic African. Now they're calling us by FBA. They're calling us by Black American. They're trying to put respect on our name, but it's kind of too little too late, to be honest with y'all. It's too little too late. So let me give you an example of what I mean about, the types of Black Americans that will still play the game for the Democrats. And we have a Stacey Abrams who is calling herself blasting Trump about supposed racism. She's not going to bring up, of course, the scams of what the Somalians were doing in Minnesota. That's never going to drip from her mouth. So let's listen and see what MSNBC has to say about it. I'm going to try to find where she talked. Let me see if I can find an exact clip. Okay, I'm going to go to where she started talking. But of course, they're going to the playbook, talking about racism. Is it racism if they were defrauding America? So Somalians and immigrants can just come over here and defraud America, lie, scheme, and do whatever they want to do and get to still use the racism card? Is that what we're going to do? So let's listen to this.
Is Stacey Abrams, the 2022 Georgia Democratic gubernatorial candidate and founder of the group, the 10 Steps campaign, which aims to help Americans learn how they can fight for democracy. Stacey, thank you so much for being here. Lots to talk about. Let's just pick up where Nnamdi left off on this election in Tennessee. Democrats didn't win, but really closed the gap. Trump won by 22 points. Now the Republican won by about 9 points. What's the message? What's the big takeaway for Democrats from the candidate, Afton Bain, and the results last night?
I think there are three things. One, Afton Bain did what she needed to do, which was speak not only about affordability, but connect it to people's real lived experiences. She didn't hide from identity issues. She didn't run away from her progressive roots. She talked about what she needed to tell people because they needed to hear it. Number two, we need to learn that while this was an extraordinarily close election for that region, starting early matters. She was able to close this gap with very little time. Imagine if we actually start investing now in these communities. Imagine if we started campaigning now in these areas. Irrespective of who the candidate is, we've got to start doing the work right now. A lot of what we were able to accomplish in Georgia in 2018, 2020, 2022 came about because we started beforehand. And that's the third piece. The South matters. We get written off all of the time. We get written off. And
let me fast forward. I want to get to the part where she's going to talk about this racism. Hold on. This is coming up.
Democrats need to understand we've got to play.
There's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. They just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. The word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. The word affordability is a Democrat scam.
A scam, a con job, a fake narrative. What's your response to that?
I would argue first and foremost that he has a very loose grasp of history and math. But putting that aside, affordability is real. For communities that are struggling to afford not only the price of eggs, but shelter. We are watching a Republican regime led by Donald Trump, but suborned by other Republicans that are using the cost of living to crush communities. We have an affordability healthcare crisis because they are refusing to extend the ACA subsidy.
Well, if you get rid of all the illegals out of the system, if you, and that's what Trump's doing, he is squeezing the illegals off of benefits, out of housing. For those that don't know, I just got wind before I went to bed last night that he is actually going to re-attack EBT starting next week. He's going to shut it down because the Democratic-led cities are not turning in data that's going to show who's illegal and who is an American. And he asked for this data back in February. All the Republicans have done it, but the Democrats are refusing to share data. And so Trump is going to re-attack EBT for those that are in Democratic-led states, such as California and other places. And he's going to shut down the EBT. So if you do have EBT, and you have it on your card, you better use it now and not wait, because he's going to look to shut it down ASAP, as soon as possible. And what he wants to do is force the Democrats to show and prove who is on the EBT, so that he doesn't have to pay towards the illegals having access to the benefit. So that's coming up, those for those that don't know. He said this yesterday. So that's the word. He is flushing people off the system. He's squeezing them out the system. He does not want to pay for these people to take care of. He doesn't feel like America should be doing that. He feels like our debt is it's over 33 trillion. What are we doing taking care of people from all over the world for? So if we didn't have to take care of other people all over the world, then you could take care of the American people, the people that's actually of the soil. So yeah, it's not affordable because you have so many other immigrants and illegals that are on the system living off the benefits, and is competing with the Americans. And so it's too much. Something's got to give. And what's got to give is the illegals, and the immigrants apparently got to go. So let's check this out.
So we know that there is a food crisis, a food security crisis, because they have slashed access to food storage for food banks, and they're cutting SNAP benefits. They are causing the affordability crisis and then decrying its existence. That's why we launched through the 10 Steps campaign. We launched the Just Fix It campaign. We are calling on not just members of Congress, but every person who's asking for our vote and asking for our shared power to speak up and say that not only is there affordability crisis, there's a solution. They just need to fix it. They need to extend the subsidies. They were able to muscle through the largest wealth transfer from the poor to the wealthy in American history. They can certainly muster up enough confidence and enough votes to actually help people stay in their homes, be able to afford their health care, be able to afford food. This is truly a crisis, and he knows it's a crisis. That's why he's pretending it doesn't exist. He has created a crisis, exacerbated the challenge, and refused to solve it. And so we have to look at this not just as Democrats and Republicans, but as Americans who think that it's a bad idea for communities to suffer when we live in the wealthiest nation on earth.
Again, the communities that I want to have to be taken care of are the vets, are the disabled, are the Americans, are the low-income Americans, first and foremost, period. All this extra that we've been doing for I don't know how many years, because I haven't been paying attention. All I know is that I looked up one day and I didn't recognize California no more. I realized that more or less a lot of blacks been squeezed out of California and replaced by immigrants and Mexicans. That's what I realized, something was really going on. And then I started hearing from other YouTubers like Red Supreme talk about, how he, witnessed how the Mexicans just came in and they just took over. And we got squeezed out of our own shit. So am I going to want to encourage to have so many illegals and immigrants to the point where I get squeezed out and replaced? and I'm gonna support that? No. Any black person that hears my voice, if you're still on the train of Democrats, understand you're on the train of your own self-destruction, because that's what they're here for. They're not here to uplift you or any American. They've been bypassed us. They have been bought and paid for by the likes of George Soros and other globalists with other agendas to undermine America and make America like we are the world and socialist. They don't give a damn about how they get there, and they don't care how much it costs. They just they get paid to sell out. They get paid under the table to make bad decisions for the future of Americans in America. And this type of individual, this Stacey woman, I don't like I don't like any other of these Democratic people, the loudmouth, what's her name? Can't think of her name, but she's always yapping and talking ghetto-fied like she's hip and all that kind of thing. I don't really care for her. But none of these particular Democrats really should be representing any American. They don't represent us. But they're trying to use the plight and the fight of Black Americans to push forward the plight and fight of immigrants, and trying to divvy out our sacrifice towards theirs. But they're not sacrificing. They're just coming over here, or they were just coming over here willy-nilly, and just getting benefits and broke off money. Thousands of dollars upon thousands of dollars in comparison to the American people. But she wants you to believe that we can't afford it. But no, nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. And this bitch right here doesn't represent Black Americans at all. Let's go.
I know you've been focusing and talking to people on healthcare costs and how that would impact families, and hearing their concerns through this 10 Steps campaign. We're hearing from Senator Thune, the majority leader, there could be a vote on those Obamacare subsidies as soon as next week, although he's saying there's no clear path forward. But listen to him kind of lay out what Republicans, he says, are trying to accomplish. Listen.
As I've said before, we want to move forward on solutions that will make healthcare not only more accessible, but more affordable to more Americans. It gives them more choices, more optionality, greater competition, and therefore lower prices. And so we continue to coalesce around those solutions.
Nice country in the park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo.
Prices. And so we continue to coalesce around those solutions.
Is what you're hearing the goal shared by Democrats there? And if so, what is that solution? Republicans have had nearly 20 years to come up with a solution to the crisis of affordability in healthcare. The 10 Steps campaign, if you go to 10stepscampaign.org/justfixit, we talk about what we need to do. And that is, we have a solution. It's called the Affordable Care Act. We have a pathway. It's called extending the subsidies. We have a solution. That is, invest in people's healthcare. What they are talking about are taking failed policies where people are, or the folks who are the least likely to be able to afford insurance are told, well, if you can save enough, it might save your life one day. But they're also saying that the extending Obamacare subsidies solution is just a Band-Aid over a much bigger wound. It is, but you triage first. And so before we get to the longer term solutions, which actually involve investing more in healthcare, let's solve the existing crisis that they created. They have created this healthcare crisis by extending billionaire tax breaks and refusing to extend healthcare subsidies for 24 million Americans. They are willing to serve their friends, but not serve the people.
And these so-called Americans, I'm sure they're not all Americans. And she's not going to say, oh, by the way, Americans plus immigrants or illegals. We're going to include their millions upon the millions we said for Americans too. And Trump knows that they're scamming, they're lying, they're stretching the truth. and he wants to squeeze them up out the system. And so I think that for y'all that are on EBT, buckle down, please go to the what do you call it, store your foods, and go to like food banks and stuff to get ready, because I think that Trump's going to make sure that the food stamps this month, maybe next month, won't come. So just be prepared, because he's determined to break, the EBT scam. And the only way you can do it is withhold until, they leave. Once the food stops coming in and people are not getting fed no more, then the people come out of the crevices or wherever they're hiding. They won't be able to hide out for long. And that's what Trump wants to have happen. And so, the also giving free medical for illegals and immigrants and all this type of stuff, that costs money. People expect the Americans to pay taxes towards all these other people coming up over here, while costing the Americans an arm and a leg to have medical. But they want to give free medical to people that don't even deserve or earn anything. It doesn't make sense. But like I said, she has an ulterior agenda. She's on the side of a Marxist socialist type of mentality. And she's been bought and sold a long time ago. And I want anyone that's listening to understand that most Black Americans with a half a brain would not dare believe that the Democrats at this point in time is doing anything for Americans, especially black folks. We can see where their allegiance lies with, and it's with the illegals, it's with the immigrants. That's where they're, and the reason why I believe that they are so adamant in protecting the illegals and the immigrants is because those are numbers for votes. They will get all those votes because all those illegals and immigrants would be loyal to the Democrats and essentially don't even need the black vote. That's what they've been trying to work on, not even needing our vote altogether, by replacing us with so many other voters from all over the globe to the point where they don't even need our vote. And that's what Trump is trying to stop, y'all. I know that it might seem madness and very wicked at times, the way he sounds and the way it feels. But in the end, in about 2 years' time, if everything goes the way that he's doing it, it's going to be a big break, and it's going to be a lot of benefits for the American people that have been homeless, that have been struggling. You just don't know how many homeless people are in California that I step over all the time, and they don't have no way of getting housing. How can an immigrant come over here and get housing and get put on subsidized housing and HUD and all this kind of stuff, and we have homeless people that are American and vets? What kind of sense does that make? I don't want us being ignored no more. I'm sorry for immigrants to have problems with their home country and their governments and all that other stuff. Unfortunately, y'all have to go home and deal with the government and do the sacrifices that we had to do, our ancestors rather did, for us to have us to be in the position that we're in now. Many of y'all don't want to do that sacrifice. You don't want to be potentially unalived. You don't want to be inconvenienced in jail. You don't want to be deprived of anything temporarily. You don't want to push for it and fight for it and see how you can turn things around by your people in your own home country. You want everything handed over easily to you. And then you want to bite and spite the hand that fed you by talking crazy about Americans and America and disrespecting Black Americans. Now, that shit is all dried up. Everybody's sick of many of the immigrants that are over here now because of the entitlement. You guys are not deserving of anything. And y'all were just walking around talking about, we need this. I remember watching videos where some illegals were like demanding to get hotel stays, and they were demanding to get specialized food. They were saying they couldn't accept this and they couldn't accept that. Like, what the fuck? Who does this? Who begs and demands at the same time to get specialized food, to be put up in hotels, to be given this and to be given that, and they get it? And the Democrats was actually giving them everything under the sun and skipping over the Americans. And we're sick of that. So let's go.
So we cannot get convinced by this nice rhetoric about giving you more choices. There's only one choice. Extend the subsidies and fix it. Because people are getting their they're getting their premium increases right now. They're not going to get a delay. They don't have the ability to say, well, we'll pay for it once Congress comes back and tells us what's going to happen. December 31st, premiums rise. Communities are going to start losing healthcare. That means all of us are going to start losing hospitals. The rest of us are going to pay for it. And so I think what Senator Thune is offering is one more opportunity for Republicans to dodge their responsibilities. They broke it, and it is their job to just fix it.
Before I let you go, I do want to get your thoughts on one last topic. The president went on a xenophobic attack yesterday against Somali migrants. He even called
Again, calling it xenophobia. He was just keeping it real. Trump was telling it like it is. Immigrants don't need to be here. They're not righted. They don't have a birthright to being here in America. It is a privilege if you're lucky and chosen to come. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is a birthright for you. So him speaking the truth raw in your face is not a xenophobia. It's just like, hey, this is how it really is. If you don't like it, go. If you're scamming, you're getting the fuck gone. Like we missing $1 billion or more from one group of people, Somalians. Shouldn't that be alarming to us? How many other immigrant groups have gotten away with these types of things that the Somalians were caught up with doing? Not to forget, this woman, the Somalian person, was up in senator. She's either a congresswoman or a senator, whatever she is. I never heard. I don't remember what she is, but her being in power, as quickly as she got here from Somalia, and disrespecting the Constitution, disrespecting the president, saying that she's about Somalian first as a representative of Americans, but you're Somalian first, and you're going to just say that outright in our face and scam and marry your brother and bring him over here and get caught. But now he gets to be Islamophobic. But what does she get called? Let's see if they call her anything for scamming. Let's go.
Someone, Ilhan Omar, who was born in Somalia, quote, garbage. He said the Somali community is ripping off Minnesota. He, quote, doesn't want them in our country. What kind of ripple effects do comments like that have, do you fear?
It's the commentary that is being used to drive policy, and that's where we have to be myopically focused. They have very explicitly said that reverse migration is their intent. This is an administration and a Republican regime that has suborned the idea of denying access to this country for not just people from 19 countries, but the idea of denaturalizing citizens, taking away their citizenship. That should terrify everyone, because reverse migration is one of the component pieces of authoritarianism. What they want to do is scapegoat communities of color, scapegoat immigrants, and aggregate power. The 10 Steps campaign that I'm running is about making sure we can recognize what authoritarianism looks like. It's not the movies that we've seen. It's things like this. It's saying to a sitting member of Congress that she is not worthy of being here. But more importantly, it's saying that because of the color of your skin, we are right to evict you from this nation where you were born.
No mention whatsoever about the allegations of her scamming or marrying her brother and taking all that money laundering, any of that. It's like she's in a whole nother world. She's spinning a whole nother tale. She doesn't even want to acknowledge it. She can't even be honest about it. This woman is disqualified for speaking and representing anybody. And I'm so sick of them talking about people of color. I don't give a damn about people of color. I give a damn about Americans first. That's it. That's all. Enough already with everybody and anybody. Fuck all that. That's ridiculous. But this is what we get with the Democrats. It's all about calling it racism, pulling the strings of our hearts to try to get us involved, using our civil rights and everything attached to us to forward people that do not have legitimate claim to anything here in America. So she's just using whatever to try to hope it sticks. But it's not going to stick because, again, they were defrauding and taking monies that they should not have been taking and lying and scamming and all of that. We'll get into that in a little bit, but let her finish up a little bit here.
This is racism, but it's also nationalism in a way that is terrifying to anyone who's ever watched the rise of authoritarianism. We are not facing it, we are in it, and this is a president supported by an administration and supported by a Congress that's allowing him to use racism and not just dog whistles, but very loud alarms to say that they don't like Americans. And we have to tell them that we are all here. This is a diverse nation, and we're going to protect it.
Stacey Abrams, thank you very much for coming on. I appreciate it. And
yeah, she's for diversity, all right. She's for everybody else but Americans. Peep that, y'all. Let me see what you guys have to say in the chat room. I appreciate everybody for being here. I'm glad that I caught you, Pinky. Your favorite nurse, and also who else? I thought it was somebody else. Okay, let me see what you guys have said. But please hit the like button if you have not yet. I just think it's very disingenuous of her to not even bring up what the allegations are. So she can't even keep it 100 and just say, hey, we understand that people have been arrested for fraud and whatnot. But, you know, you shouldn't make it all about everybody in Minnesota. You should only target the ones that you can prove were a part of doing whatever they did. At least she could have said that much. But no, she didn't say any of that. Let me see. I got to find what happened. Hold on. So, yeah, they're playing in our faces, y'all. We cannot support. Oh, Lord. Here we go with this. All right, gotta find it. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, let me go back up and see what you had to say. You said the African goddess says, the thing is, if people come in undocumented and commit crimes, it's harder to catch them because they are not in the system. That's what I fear for. They're not in the system. There's nothing to match. There's nothing to match. They're unknown. They can get away with a slew of stuff and nobody would catch them because they're not known. They're not vetted. They don't exist. They're invisible. They're they're like sleeper cells. They're very dangerous. That's why Trump had to do what he's doing now. So if he got to go hard to get all these people out, I mean, I can't fault him. I just can't. Edek says, what's up? How you doing, Edek? Stacey Abrams has nothing to offer Black people. She is from my state and she sucked in her job as a state senator. I believe you. I believe you. Yup. What's up, Pinky? Thank you for coming through. I really appreciate you. I'm glad to see you. You said too many foreigners out here in California for sure, getting all the government assistance, and they have been flooding the food banks. Trump has not done anything to cause that mess. Exactly. That's why, Pinky, he's coming for EBT. And I believe that it's probably going to be shut down for a couple of months. So I'm just letting y'all know Trump is not playing. He wants to make them move And after a couple of months, they got to come out the crevices. They got to shut it down. They got to do something. Because I think there's like 42 million on EBT is the last time I heard. Pinky says, I moved back to California in 1998. I thought I was in Mexico. See, I mean, from me moving to California in 93 into what it looks like right now in 2025, it is unbelievable. It is every other race of people, but hardly no Black Americans whatsoever. You have to accidentally run into one. They really are not living. I mean, a couple of clusters here and there, but it's so rare to be out in public and see a Black American. You're seeing everybody else but a Black American in California. I mean, come on. You said the Central and South Americans have overpopulated California. Yeah, they have. Yes, they have. They speak their language. You know what I mean? And they be looking at you like you don't belong. They looking at us like, what you doing here? The fuck's going on? What's up, your favorite nurse? How are you doing? Thank you for being here again. I appreciate you. Pinky says we have to keep Republicans in office from the president on down to local political office. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm not a Republican, but I see the writing on the wall. The Democrats are really not for Americans whatsoever, and they're going to do everything in their power as long as they can get away with it to keep the illegals and the immigrants still benefited off of us. They work so hard for the illegals and immigrants. It's unbelievable. They have never raised nothing to talk about reparations. They've never talked about police brutality. Hell, they don't even talk about the hangings. There has been recent hangings of men that have been found here and there off of trees and stuff. And each and every time they have claimed that there's no foul play. They're not even saying, no, that's a lie. They're not upset about it. They're not talking about it. They're nothing. They are useless to us. But they want us to have the immigrants and the illegals back, though. The fuck's going on? Your favorite nurse says, is that Stacey Abrams? Yeah. I thought she was in prison already for those fraud cases over in Georgia. Yeah, I thought I heard something about her potentially in trouble. Maybe maybe it's going to happen sooner than later because Trump's not done. Trump's not done. Pinky says everyone is always trying to compare the flight to America or plight to America to escape poverty in foreign countries to what Americans have been through. I know it's pathetic. It is pathetic. Like I said, they got to do their own sacrifices, and that's the issue. They want us to continue being sacrificed for them. They want us to stay at the bottom to the point where we are unrecognizable anymore. That we are just downtrodden and bad to the bone, and that they be lifted off of our shoulders while we just be in the dust. That's what the immigrants, most of them, desire for us to continue to do. And that's why we have to delineate and keep them out of our business, out of our story, out of our history. Stop using us to catapult your own agendas off of our plight. Like, can't you just go off of what you're talking on? That you just want a better life and you can't seem to get no breaks in your own home country. Can you please help me if there's a place for me to come to? You can't say that. You got to talk about blackness and all this other stuff that you ain't never experienced in America, and you want to use that to pretend like you know what that is. And, you know what I mean? Then you get here talking about woe is America and all that kind of stuff, but you'd rather be here than home. You'd rather be here than home. But you want to talk shit when you get here to get more benefits and lie and scheme and scam. And we're sick of that. I'm sick of all these scamming ass immigrants, man. That's how many of you guys are getting over. And y'all thought we would never, ever figure it out. But now we see what's been really going on with all these so-called successes. You guys have been utilizing scams and schemes to get over. And hopefully Trump is going to slam and shut that door for good. All right, let me see. Y'all favorite nurse says that's the part they always leave out. That's why SNAP was withheld as well. Dems wanted stamps for everyone, illegal and all. Exactly. So Trump is knowing that the Democrats are doing that because they're trying to keep their numbers big so that the voting blocks will be there to use for them. Trump's gonna dry up the money. So get ready, y'all. Pinky says, oh yeah, long time no see. That's that well-fed beast. Long time, yes, that's that well-fed beast. Okay. Your favorite nurse says, I was just about to ask, did you hear about what Trump said about SNAP in blue states? LOL. I've been told folks for years to start a garden. We have hard-headed. I know we do. We definitely do. We definitely do. But I hope that people are listening and understanding that Trump is not playing. And we were lucky last month to have it just be stalled for a little while. But just think if this month, with Christmas coming up and the New Year coming up, and you know a lot of people like to cook for Christmas and the New Year, and you don't have the EBT, especially for the ones that get a lot of money, and you don't get that money that you normally rely on, what are you going to do? So please plan for the inevitable. You said, I have a relative on SNAP. I sent her money. She has children and auntie is not going to let them do without. Exactly. Yep, exactly. We have to pull together, Pinky. Help out your family, with the ones that you can help out with. Send them extra money instead of presents. You know what I mean? Extra money for food. That's Christmas right there, so that they can continue to have a nice dinner and whatnot. Pinky says, out here people will steal from your garden. Oh, they will? Oh, wow. I didn't think about that. Your favorite nurse says, try to tell people, but we cape for everybody. Yes, we do. But our own. Now look, shaking my head, hard head makes soft behind, like my granny used to say. Yeah. I mean, I can't fathom putting on a cape and pom-poms for anybody at this point. Like they had their day in the sun. I feel like time's up. You had your moment to shine and to get as much money as you can get and live the best life that you ever led. But the gig is up and it's time to go home. It's time to pack up your shit and go. That's it. You said by the time Trump leaves the White House, things will look almost normal. I know, that's why we got to keep Republicans in office. Unfortunately, we have to do it. He said, not here in South Carolina. We definitely have a castle law, and lots of us are carrying members. Oh, okay. Castle law? You talking about the pew pew? Is that what you're talking about? And you also said maybe in the city, yeah, but not out in these rural areas. Okay. And Pinky says, I'm really thinking about moving to South Carolina. It's one if my top 3 gets out of California soon. Okay. And yes, I remember that was crazy and ungrateful too. Yeah, they be saying a lot of slick stuff. We're going to get into that in a little bit. But before I do that, I wanted to read this. And I want to talk about the potential of the dual citizenship. It's been, I'm going to play the video. A legislature is saying that you got to choose one or the other. And if it is adopted into law, I wonder what Search of Uru is going to do. I wonder what Umar Johnson's going to do. I wonder what all these Pan-Africans are going to do. And you have so much time, y'all, to make it known what your choice is, or you have automatically relinquished your citizenship. So we're going to talk about that in just a moment. Let me read the rest of these. You said Democrats left our veterans and seniors to suffer. Yes, they did. You said, but she's not telling why. Shaking my head. I also, as well as others, should not have to pay $500 weekly for family afford health insurance. That's crazy. That's what I'm talking about. Pinky says, yeah, most of our people who were in California have moved back to the southern states. Yeah, you're right. She even says she wants to go back to live there. Okay. Why is she still here? I don't understand. And Yah says, of course, Abrams won't speak of her fraud because she commits fraud. That's why she's covering for the Somalian, because she's in on frauding herself. Now it makes sense. You said, that's true. That's very true, but that won't happen now, to be honest. You said, that's how I felt in 29 Palms, California, some years back. I was so ready to come back home. I know. I like the weather out here, though. He said, but we, the Americans, are all just lazy. It makes no sense. Yeah, they just been hustling and bustling the system and getting over and getting ahead with every opportunity. And like I said, double dipping here, using the black so-called term and say, I'm black, I can get that too. Some lines say they're so-called African American. I can get that too. And then, of course, you have your set aside of being an immigrant or a refugee. I can get that too. And then you have whatever, all these different ways that they can hustle and scheme. That's what they have been doing and getting away with doing until now. You said, I know what they will do. Choose America. But you know what? It's going to be the telling of the truth about Pan-African liars, especially Umar Johnson, because all that talk about, I got my citizenship, we should renounce our citizenship and go to Africa. His bitch ass is still here in America. But if you don't have but one choice, bitch, what are you going to choose? You said, wow, I hope the UK doesn't copy the USA on the dual citizenship stuff. Oh, yeah, they might not, though. I think, okay, let me get to that video now that I'm talking about it. I want y'all to get a glimmer of this video right here. I was like, when I got this yesterday, I said, wow, this is breaking news right here.
Breaking news, guys. A new bill has been introduced to ban dual citizenship in the United States. Let's break this down. On December 1st, 2025, Senator J.D. Moreno introduced the Exclusive Citizenship Act of 2025. This is to end dual or multiple citizenship for Americans. Now, here's what's inside the bill. Number one, no more dual citizenship. You cannot be a U.S. citizen and hold any other citizenship at the same time. Number two, if you voluntarily obtain a foreign citizenship after the law takes effect, you will be treated as giving up your U.S. citizenship. Number three, if you already have two citizenships, you must either renounce the foreign citizenship or renounce your U.S. citizenship. If you do nothing, the government will treat you as having relinquished or given up your U.S. citizenship, and you will have 1 year to choose. Number four, if Congress passes this bill, the rule begins 6 months later. Please note that this is not yet law. It's a proposal, and it would have to pass Senate, the House of Representatives, and be signed by the president. It's a process. Will it actually become law? That's a question for another video, Law Farm. Stay tuned. Follow AK Pukulo across all social media platforms. I'll see you soon in our next video.
I'm going to be honest with y'all. I want this to be, because I don't think people should be able to have leverage, having other allegiances in other places, coming in and out as they want and doing however they want and disrespecting America. If you only have one, you'll treasure that one. If you only have one, then you can't talk so flippish with your mouth. You can't be disrespectful and dismissive with your mouth. You can't just be willy-nilly about how you treat Americans and others, because there's no other option for you. So I think that all these people that have dual citizenships have been walking around with an extra card to play off of, flossing and carrying on. This way it's going to make people honest. This way Pan-Africans won't be able to lie and scheme to us about getting a citizenship, how viable it is to have one, and all this type of nonsense. That shit's gonna be over. I pray. And then I want to see what Search of Uru will do, because he has 3 citizenships. What is he gonna do? What is Umar Johnson going to choose? I know they're going to choose America ultimately, but what they going to say to their crowd of people that they've been spewing this rhetoric of getting citizenships to Africa and all this, we need to belong in Africa and we need to go home to Africa. All that fake Pan-African scamming will cease. That's why I want it to happen. But let me see what you guys have to say about that. Ain't that big news right there? Like, for real. That is big news right there. Hold on. All right. Let me go back up. You said people know war could happen anytime, any place. They want somewhere else to go. Oh, I got you there. Your favorite nurse says, I hope that it passes. We're here in the land of Babylon, have no more freebies to give. The coming and going, no more. Exactly. Choose your plight. Choose your fight. Choose your loyalty. And stand on it. Don't be able to be here and be there and act all like you all that. Like, it's over. African Goddess says, what about people who have worked hard and want to retire somewhere cheaper? Well, they can. They just have to choose and gamble with the choice that they choose. African Goddess, this notion of Africa's better and you Pan-African, will they really go through with it? If they went and got the citizenships already, what are they going to choose? That's going to be very, very interesting to see what choice they'll make. What about if they have already bought land, started building, and then they also have that other citizenship like in Ghana? Are they going to choose Ghana and forfeit America, or are they going to see the value in America when it's all said and done and change all their plans based off of what Trump is doing? We should, this other senator is doing. But we'll see what's going to happen. You said closer to the end days. Anyways, the word says everyone has to go back to their nations. Exactly. Retire in a country cheaper. They will get citizenship there and stay there. Okay. And African Goddess says Euro doesn't need 2 different economic community of West Africa passport. It will allow him in all 15 states. You said economic, what do you mean he has a specialized economic passport? Piggy says everyone sees the value of American citizen. Yeah, they do. They talk as if they don't, because they've been hustling us off of that. You know what I'm saying? It's so easy to hustle us, lying about how much better it is in Africa and selling a dream to us. Okay. All right. So another thing that came out in that cabinet meeting was about the drug boat that's been shot, unaliving supposed drug cartels. I want to play a little clip of that, and people are upset about him doing that type of thing. I have mixed feelings about whether or not that's a legitimate boat that's carrying drugs or not. I guess if it's really true that he's hitting a boat that's carrying a lot of fentanyl and all that kind of thing, I really don't have as much sympathy for somebody that is doing that, but I don't know if you can confirm or not whether or not drugs was on a boat or not. I don't know if the technology is good enough to be able to tell so far away. But let's listen to this real quick.
After months of deadly boat strikes near Venezuela, tonight President Trump is meeting with his national security team, including Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, in the Oval Office, discussing their next move. It comes as Congress is demanding answers about this attack on September 2nd. The Trump administration now confirms it hit an alleged drug boat not once but twice. The second strike ordered after the first failed to kill everyone on board, a U.S. official and a source familiar with the Pentagon's actions tell NBC News.
Does the administration deny that that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true. Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law.
Admiral Frank Bradley is overseeing the U.S. military operations in the region, which have killed more than 80 people, despite the administration providing no evidence illegal drugs were on all the boats. Yesterday, the president downplayed concerns about a second strike.
We'll look into it, but no, I wouldn't have wanted that, not a second strike.
Now, Democrats are questioning whether the targeting of incapacitated survivors is a war crime. Even some Republicans are promising investigations. And Admiral Bradley is expected in Washington this week to speak with senior lawmakers, according to two people familiar with the matter.
We're going to try to get to the facts.
While the U.S. accuses Venezuela's authoritarian leader, Nicolas Maduro, of drug trafficking, which he denies, Trump is pardoning Honduras' former president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, a convicted drug trafficker, who U.S. prosecutors had said accepted a $1 million bribe from El Chapo. Today, we pressed the White House on the difference between the two leaders.
The people of Honduras have highlighted to him how the former president Hernandez was set up.
All right, Gabe, let's go back to that strike on those survivors.
Wow. I did not know he gave a pardon to another drug peddler. That's very interesting. So if you have the money, then you might get off, being criminalized for whatever. That's not really good. I wouldn't agree to that. That's kind of awful right there. But I want to play what he had to say about the situation with the boats real quick. Hold on, let me find this video. But that is kind of wild. That is wild. Man, oh man. But yeah, this is about the boat. It's kind of sketchy of whether or not you can determine for certain that you really got a drug, drugger person that was trying to bring across the waters a lot of fentanyl or other drugs like cocaine or crystal and stuff like that. I know that people are trying to set Trump up because they want to see him impeached and they want to see him go, and they want to find something that he's done to justify it, to impeach him so that he gets out the way, because he's getting stronger and stronger in how he moves. And people are really scared that he is not slowing down any moment. So I don't know if this is a good enough answer to what he's about to say, but let's see what he has to say.
President, thank you so much for taking questions with your assembled cabinet. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, but you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I want to clarify something you had said in an interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you would watch that strike live on television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives, 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack, to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people when their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample, and they died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out, and if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along, and a lot of the press would like to say they're not, you see the boat, they're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? Their bags or things. No, they've done an amazing job. And Pete has done an amazing job. Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out and everybody's laid out. We've got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals.
Let's face it, most of the insurance industry can feel a bit prehistoric, impersonal, and confusing. And you can
professionals like Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders, the deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on 4-motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that. A lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, and by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
So, what do y'all think about that? I'm still, I mean, in my mind, with all the deaths that have happened with fentanyl and him taking it serious, I applaud him for that. I applaud him for letting it be understood at this point that if you continue to think that it's a good thing to be on the ocean or however way you're making it to America with drugs, and if you get done dirty like that, you know, and you didn't heed the warning, then it is what it is. But, you know, I know a lot of people are looking to try to figure out how to justify getting Trump out of office and any little thing, which this is not little because people have lost their life. But if it was really a drug boat, though, I don't know if you can figure that out or not. And people are going to say that there's no way that you can figure it out. I really don't know what to think about it. How do you guys feel about that? Let me see. Hold on. Let me see what you guys are saying. But I think that to be a strong country, you might have to do very, very harsh type of situations sometimes. So it's not, I mean, it's not an easy topic to really put your hat on. I just have to have faith that what he's doing is the right thing and hope for the best, kind of. I just hope that people just get out of the water and stay out the fucking water with drugs. Don't be kicking it in the water in the thickness of the night because you might, you know, get a bomb dropped on you. Okay, let me see what you guys have said. Let me go back up. Let me see. All right. You said he will trade 15 African countries for one America. Okay. And y'all favorite says that is true. And that's why I said he will use his multiple passports to multiply African countries for bad. I thought if you don't pay child support, you can't get a passport. You don't think, oh, you're talking about Umar. I think that they would use Umar just for what he represents in all his talk about Africa and Pan-African talk. And they would probably overlook it just so that he'd be a spokesperson for talking good on Ghana. You know, it's cheap publicity to try to get him to say a lot of good words about Ghana. Every time you turn around, you got to hear that mess. Oh, I got my citizenship. I want that citizenship gone. And I want us to really drag his ass once he has to choose America over Ghana. Oh my God, that would be so wonderful to be able to drag him and expose him for choosing America over Africa, the citizenship you claim you had to have, the one that you really long to be about, and you reject it and choose America after all. Man, that's going to be powerful. There ain't nothing else Umar's going to be able to say to any of us about Pan-African again if that goes down like that. I'll tell you that much. African Goddess says, no, any West African passport allows you into all of them. Oh, okay. But he has a son, Dynasty Mir, and I don't think he would, under any circumstance, risk being barred out of America from his son. They talk a good game about all this wonderfulness in Africa, but when it's all said and done, what really matters is your family back home, and home is America, regardless of how they stupidly claim that Africa is home. It's bullshit at the end of the day. You said, I need to research that again, but he's behind in child support. So all of his citizenships all over, he's not supposed to be going out of the country. Wow, evading, following the law, shame. But you know what? If this passes and the clock starts ticking about, you relinquishing or denouncing or whatever you got to do to take away that second citizenship, and you don't, we should turn Umar Johnson in. I would love to turn his ass in so that he gets banned and deported from America to Ghana. Oh my God, that would be so powerful. Don't you let that happen and I get wind that his ass has not denounced his citizenship. It's over. Pinky says, y'all, that's what I've heard too about child support. Ghana even said no entry if you owe child support. I think that they make any kind of rules that they want as long as it goes with what they are hoping to benefit with. And they hope to get benefits off of Umar by advertising that he got a citizenship. I don't even think they bothered to check, to be honest with you. They all went by his so-called name, his fake doctor degree or whatever degree he's rocking or claiming. Is that exactly why I don't believe in this dual citizenship mess? I thought that was a joke. I thought it was laughable. And I always thought that something would come up that's going to bite you in the ass, like different laws or rules that could be imposed on you without your expecting it to happen. And then you get hemmed up or caught up because you did something by getting another citizenship. And I believe that that's going to be perfect for all these fake Pan-Africans that's been running around screaming citizenship. You said, I thought so, Pinky. And African Goddess says, Ghana dumping deported people on Togo border after they took USA money to accommodate them. To Togo? Oh, let me see. I'll see if I can bring that up. Hold on. Let me see what that says. Is that the way it reads on the video? Ghana dumping non-Ghana citizen output. Oops. Citizen to Togo border to Togo. Let's see if it shows up. All right, so, okay. Let me, there is something that popped up. Hold on, which one should I play? Okay, I'll just play this one.
West Africans deported to Ghana under the Trump administration's deportation program are now stranded in Togo. Lawyers say the group was quietly moved across the border without proper documentation. The group was initially held at a military facility in Ghana and had requested improved living conditions. Instead, they were told they would be relocated, only to be left at the Ghana-Togo border with no papers and no support. The lawyers are now preparing lawsuits against the Ghanaian government and the U.S. administration, accusing them of violating international human rights protocols. Ghana denies receiving any financial compensation for accepting deportees. Meanwhile, the U.S. has lifted visa restrictions on Ghana. The case has intensified scrutiny of the U.S.'s third country deportation policy and its impact on vulnerable migrants. West Africans deported to Ghana
a lot of
under
stuff
the Trump administration
is unbelievable that is happening right now. I just say, if you are in a predicament where you might be deported or snatched up or hemmed up, please be in control of it. Get ahead of it. Don't let it happen to you. You let it happen. You don't let it happen to you. Your favorite nurse says that's interesting, but we were talking about Umar being able to use his one passport to use in 15 countries. If he's behind on child support, he's not supposed to travel anywhere. I think he said, although I don't believe nothing he says, but I think he says that he's up on his child support. He just is not an active father. He's steadily preaching to us about Africa, but he ain't no goddamn father. He's a mess. He's a disgrace. You said not sure Umar in Africa at the present. No, he's not there now, I don't think. You said I would love to have 2 homes in 2 different countries while someone else pays for it. Must be nice. No more dual citizenship. It's not fair to the taxpayers. Yeah, it's not fair. I mean, I think all you need is residency though, right? You could still rent out, your house or apartment while you're wherever you're at, your secondary home or whatever you're going to do. You just don't have to get a citizenship to disrespect America like that. Like I say, I think that would narrow down the disrespect towards America. Like too often, Pan-Africans are constantly disrespecting America. They're always saying how it's Babylon, it's Sodom and Gomorrah, it's going to hell in a handbasket, get out or else type of talk. But then if this is really going to happen with the dual citizenship, and these people have already gotten those citizenships like a year or 2 ago or whatever, they got to do something like within that frame time, that time, that formatted time that they have to choose. And, I bet you they won't even bring it up. I bet you how they're going to spare themselves is not even bring it up. Not say nothing about it, I bet. Act like it's not even going on. But I'm going to keep bringing it up if it does come into law. I bet you I'm going to remind those that are listening that the clock is ticking for Umar in search of Uru. I bet you. You said, Pinky says, that's a damn shame. I hope the U.S. doesn't drop and more people there. How can Togo take care of them if Ghana doesn't want them, should send them to their homelands? Yeah, I mean, I praise God that we are in America, that we are Americans, that we don't know anything about the immigrant life, the refugee lifestyle and all of that. It's horrendous. I mean, I never paid attention to these kind of news situations, and now it's in our homeland where it's going on in front of our faces, that all these things are happening in real time. It's really sad, to be honest, but I don't want to see America go down the drain. I just, it's unfortunate that Biden did what he did. It is Biden's fault. He's the one that allowed this to happen, and Trump is the one that's doing the cleanup job. It's sad, but it's necessary, unfortunately. You said, who knows and who cares? He's a grifter, honey. And like I said, dual citizenship is bad. Exactly. African goddess, sometimes Umar is in Europe with the snow bunnies. Wow. You said she knew exactly what I meant, too sarcastic and scared that dual citizenship idea will happen across the pond. I hope it does. The UK is a mess too. I don't know if Britain will do that as much as America would be bold to do it. I think that America is a little bit more, with Trump at the helm, he is really going to be the one that does more extreme stuff, I believe, than what Britain will do. But Britain will probably come close. But I'm not sure if they will snatch away the other citizenship, because I don't know. It just seemed like they wouldn't, as much as Trump is willing to do it. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. Who knows? African Goddess says, I will be personally upset if I have to give up my dual citizenship. I pay taxes in both places. Which one will you choose, though, African Goddess? That's the question. Will you choose Nigeria, or would you choose the UK? Which one is more important to you? He said, I do not care. I'm so sorry, honey. Okay. They're coming for the oil there, I think, but could be wrong. Oh, your favorite nurse is not Karen. Wow. Pinky says, I think the president and his country's drug dealers got fair warning. They just thought America wouldn't do it because a lot of foreign people think we're soft. Yeah, that's the thing, Pinky. In my mind, so much lax behavior has been going on for so long that Trump had to shake people out of their slumber. He had to shock them out of their delusion and their mistakenly thinking that everything was going to be as normal as before. He is making sure you understand things have changed. So, I mean, I pray that boat was indeed drug people that, that were on it, but I don't know how they're going to be able to tell or not tell. But at least now everybody should be knowing about it. I know Venezuela knows about it. They shouldn't be. I'm sure he's been on the news telling his people, don't you dare go out there because you're going to end up like these other boats. He said, I think the president and his country's. Oh, okay. I read that. Pinky says also people know to stay out of other countries' water. Yeah. Your favorite nurse. I mean, I remember back in the day, hundreds of years ago, it was real serious about crossing certain lines or going on lands or water or anything. And it kind of did get lax. People were just kicked back. Everything was all cool and calm and collective. Everybody was doing whatever they wanted to do. It was just open season for everybody just to be disrespectful to people's sovereignty and people's rights and just freedom to be protective over your own homeland. But Trump is letting it be known we're not playing this game no more. That makes sense too, to get more Americans to go over to African countries. Okay. And African Goddess says, I think Umar got paid to promote Africa. Definitely he got cut off a check. Definitely a few thousands was sent his way. I bet you. Pinky says no American, including panties, are going to give up being in America for any African country. That would just be the stupidest thing to do. You're giving up your golden card, your birthright, what your ancestors dealt with and sacrificed for, to go to another land that's not settled and managed, don't have their shit together, and you're going to wing it and take chances where the Africans don't even want to be there 9 times out of 10. That would be crazy to choose to stay in Africa. Absolutely crazy. You said, absolutely not. They'll be crying in the streets before they give up citizenship here. Exactly. I hope Professor Small is first. You think he got a citizenship too? Pinky says Umar will be like the other men on African continent and left their children in the streets. Oh, wow. Umar is terrible. I don't understand why he gets so much respect. In fact, let me play this video, Umar. I saw this quick short recently. He was just totally out of pocket. Hold on, let me get this video of Umar. I mean, he's allowed to joke around and act like a teenager forever. He never has to grow up. He never has to prove his worth. He gets to play around in our faces and act like he's the catch of the day. Like this latest video right here. Watch this mess.
I got to get married soon. I really do got to get married soon because I'm ready. I'm at the point in my life where I want to wake up to home cooked breakfast and some warm, moist, smelling cookies. I am ready to wake up every morning to a nice home-cooked breakfast and some warm, moist, soft, sweet-smelling cookies. I envy all my brothers who are married. I salute all my African kings who got a wife or a woman you waking up to every morning. I'm ready for that. I'm ready to wake up to the queen every morning. I'm ready to wake up to the queens every morning. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I envy you married brothers out there holding down the black families. I support and salute you brothers because I'm ready to wake up to some warm, soft, moist, sweet smelling cookies. Wake up to some warm, moist, sweet smelling cookies. Lord have mercy. I gotta get married soon.
Everything is fun and games. This is why I want the dual citizenship to where you have to choose, because I want to see this bitch sweat and I want to see him scramble. I want to see what he does. I bet you he will play it off and act like he ain't got to talk about it. And it's going to be up to us to put it in his face and bring it up and make it big and go viral to see what he's going to say and how he's going to move. Speaking of which, I did catch a video of we spoke about UK. There was a short video. Let me see if I can find it real quick about the UK and what they're on. But a lot of other people are talking about doing different things too, just like we are. And it is having a ripple effect in other places as well. Let me see. Hold on, I cannot find. Let's see. Dang, did I? Hope I saved it. Maybe I did. I cannot believe it. That was a good video too. And I don't see it. Anyways, let me get back to, okay, I didn't catch this story until recently about a city council member who faked a hate crime. He was an African. He faked a hoax involving a cross being burnt in Colorado Springs. And I just caught tailwind of that. But this is what I mean about a lot of the schemes and scams of what immigrants have been getting away with doing is coming out all over the place. And this was the one for the books. Like, really? We doing this? Take a look at this.
When you shop in the Safeway app, you can count on us to choose fresh produce, guaranteed.
A woman is pleading guilty to taking part in a staged cross burning in front of a defaced campaign sign for Yemi Mobolade, who later became Colorado Springs' first black mayor. Deanna West admitted in court to conspiring to set the fire and spreading false information to influence the election. Prosecutors say the goal was to create the impression Mobolade faced racist threats in an effort to hurt his opponent's campaign. Lawyers for two others facing charges are arguing it was, quote, political theater and protected by free speech.
Okay, so this was an African that did this. He utilized some of the trauma that Black Americans have gone through to bolster his resume and looking like he was being attacked racially so that he could be picked or voted for even more or rallied behind and all that kind of thing. But this is what we're talking about. They know the triggers. They know that, we have a deep rooted connection to the trauma of America and whatnot. And so he did this scheme, this scam. And I want you guys to hear what other people had to say about it, but it was a fake hate crime. And this is what we mean about, when people brag about people that are immigrants doing better than Black Americans, we're finding more and more of them are being busted for scamming and scheming and whatnot. But take a look at this real quick. We'll get into this conversation, and I'm going to look for that other video. But yeah, this guy right here did the most.
Colorado Springs has made history by electing its first Black mayor. Mayor-elect Yemi Mobolade is a political newcomer and a Nigerian immigrant, saying Colorado Springs will become an inclusive, culture-rich, economically prosperous, safe, and vibrant city on a hill that shines bright. Click the link in our bio to follow the rest of the story.
A federal indictment outlines communications between then mayoral candidate Yemi Mobolade and one of the men accused of concocting a hate crime hoax prior to the 2023 runoff election.
The court documents run through 5 separate contacts between suspect Derek Bernard and Mobolade, beginning with a Facebook message from Bernard to Mobolade 10 days before a cross was set on fire in front of a Mobolade campaign sign that had the N-word spray painted on it. According to court documents, that initial message from Bernard read, quote, "I'm mobilizing my squadron in defense and for the final push. Black Ops style, big brother, the Klan cannot be allowed to run this city again."
Bernard then texted Mobolade on April 23rd in response to a message about needing support to get to the finish line. A 5-minute phone call was also shared prior to the election. A final text from Bernard to Mobolade was also documented the day of the May 16th election. Now tonight, Mayor Mobolade responded in a statement writing, "That incident during my campaign led to a very traumatic time for my family, my campaign team, and our community. My knowledge and interaction with Bernard was as a local media personality."
He goes on to say, "I was not aware at the time that he was suspected of this crime. I appreciate local and federal law enforcement's work in pursuing justice and sending a message that we will not tolerate such reprehensible behavior." Derek Bernard and 2 others are now facing federal charges of conspiracy to commit offense or defraud the United States.
They're also charged with using instrumentalities of interstate commerce to maliciously convey false information to intimidate by means of fire.
So what he was trying to do is carve out his own fake racism story to try to make him have some type of connection to America, to say, oh, this is what I went through when I was running for this seat and councilman and all that kind of thing. I mean, just the gall to think that this is what you need to do to get credibility or a resume when you know you ain't got shit. You know your people ain't did shit here in America and they ain't got shit, and yet you're gonna sit up here and play the game to just like that other that artist, what's his name, Smollett. Jesse Smollett, I think his name is, that fake being beat up by 2 Nigerians and claiming that it was because of racially driven people that caused them to get beat up and all that kind of thing. I mean, say anything just to be recognized or, given some credence to who you are. Like he was really trying to paint a picture, this fake Nigerian. Like I say, they be scamming and getting over. Recently, there was another African that was caught up in fraud. I forgot. I did do a story about him. I'm not good with names, y'all. I never remember names very well. I got to say a name a lot to remember it. And especially if the name is kind of difficult to say anyways, I really have a hard time remembering. But this is becoming normalized, where people are just lying and scamming and making up shit as they go. You know, so we as Black Americans should really, really look long and hard and see who we are electing, we cannot base off of them just being Black no fucking more. If they are immigrants, we really have to pump the brakes on electing any of these types of people, because they're not coming in with the intention of blessing Black Americans at all. They are trying to uplift their own people, their own tribe, their own, that's it. They don't consider us anything. They just consider us something to use and abuse. That's what they see us as. And that's why they're mad that they're not able to get over on us like they have been. So him just making up this story just falls in line with how they move. I think he had a white wife. Let's look at that real quick. Yeah, he had a white wife and mixed kids. Just peep that out. Look at that.
Earthquake in a conservative stronghold. That's how the Colorado Sun described independent candidate Yemi Mobolade's historic victory in the race for mayor of Colorado Springs. Yemi Mobolade is a Nigerian immigrant and a businessman who first moved to the United States 27 years ago as an international student. He's the first elected Black mayor of Colorado Springs after defeating former Colorado Republican Secretary of State Wayne Williams with 57.5% of the vote. It was truly a political earthquake. Colorado Springs had never elected a non-Republican candidate for mayor. Wayne Williams is a normal Republican, though. He didn't support election denialism, which likely cost him Republican votes in a changing electorate in Colorado Springs. Wayne Williams conceded to Yemi Mobolade and congratulated him on an excellent campaign, something rare to see in the era of election denialism. Here's some of what Yemi Mobolade said to voters in his victory speech.
We stand on a mountain of a new era in our city's history. Yes, Colorado Springs will become an inclusive, culturally rich, economically prosperous, safe, and vibrant city on a hill that shines brightly. To anyone who doubts that politics can be
Y'all, this Nigerian staged a cross-burning hoax to get elected as mayor, and he got away with it. The mayor of Colorado Springs, Yemi Mobolade, Mohead, then he got body, got away with it. The FBI told the DOJ, hey, prosecute him. We got evidence. We know that he's lying. Because they connected him to the people who did the hoax. Derek Bernard and his girlfriend, Black Cloud. You get it? Native Americans caught up in your scams, Nigerian? But this is how it happened. He told the FBI, I don't know, Derek, 120%. I'm telling y'all the truth. Come to find out, they got him communicating with Derek, telling Derek, hey, take me across the finish line. In 2023, I need to be elected as the mayor of Colorado Springs. And it worked. They did this hoax, got a sympathy votes, and he got in. And everybody caught up in this hoax was concerned because the story was catching fiction. And Mobolade, Mohead, and Body said he gonna make the story go away. They got all this. They got all this recorded. And you know why the DOJ didn't prosecute him, bring any charges against him? Because they say that he was the first Black mayor of Colorado Springs, and they didn't want no smoke. They didn't want no backlash because.
So look at this. A Nigerian going off of using blackness, using a burning cross hoax story, connecting himself to our lineage and our trauma to get those types of votes to win an election based off of falsifying a truth that never happened. But this is what we're talking about, how they've been moving, how they've been able to get over. I'm so glad that more and more information is coming out about these immigrants that have been getting away with doing this. But just see how vulnerable a lot of us have been to allow this type of manipulation to occur in the first place. Now we are waking up and understanding how vulnerable we are and how silly we have been played. We are useful fools to these types, to be manipulated and used like overly chewed gum and spat out. How long do we have to allow this type of shit to just go on and on without finally understanding that these people are not real? They're not real.
2023, country was already polarized like it is now, and that's the only reason. But let's be for real. He's an African. When the time you heard first African mayor of Colorado Springs or first African of anything in the United States? They usually use black because that has historic ties to this country. This man is not a black American. You could tell by the last name, but they use black to protect his African. You know what I'm saying? And you got these Native Americans and everybody caught up. They got time. They locked up right now. They already sentenced them. They're already been convicted. So they're waiting to go back to court in November to see what kind of sentence they're going to get. But yeah, he used black trauma, black historic trauma to get elected in Colorado Springs. He's walking free. Still the first African, not black, first African mayor of Colorado Springs. DOJ, y'all, man, DOJ, do your job. Do your job.
I just wanted to show that because I did not hear about that case, and I'm just like, wow, people would just say anything. They would do anything to get attention. They would do anything to try to gain some notoriety off of our lineage, off of our plight, making up a hoax story with a burning cross. Like, who does that? Scamming ass immigrants do that. That's who does it. Now, I have the latest from the Somalian lady that's under, attack by Trump, supposedly. Well, I don't think it's an attack. I think he's just telling the truth. But she had some words recently. I want to play that real quick and see how she responds on MSNBC to what Trump said to her. And I'm pretty sure she's going to suddenly become black. I'm pretty sure she's going to be people of color. I'm pretty sure she's going to talk about civil rights and all this type of bullshit. When it's beneficial to her, they'll go to that because that's their shield to hide behind. Let's not address the fact that you scammed. Let's not address none of that. Now, MSNBC is going through what this scam was about. It says Feeding Our Future Child Nutrition Scheme, $240 or for $240 million. Children with Autism Fraud Scheme, $14 million. Listen to this.
And joining us now for her first interview since the comments from the president is Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. She came to the U.S. from Somalia as a child and became an American citizen about 25 years ago. Congresswoman, thank you for being with us. The president attacked you personally yesterday, and I want to play more of what he said.
Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain.
Congresswoman, how do you respond to that?
Well, thank you, Anna, for having me. I would say the president's obsession with me and the Somali community is really unhealthy. It's creepy. And I hope that he gets the help that he needs. It sounds like he is trying to deflect from the failures that he's had as president. His immigration rates are not going in the way that he's expected. We know that the tariffs are not working to make life affordable for Americans. We know that he is afraid of what is in the Epstein files as he's fought to be the head of the pedophile protection party. And we know that right now he is being investigated for war crimes that he might have committed when he ordered what seems to be illegal attacks against boats in the Caribbean.
Your district has the largest population.
And if she was a good reporter, it's just a little bit over a minute in, but if she was a good reporter, she would address the allegations of fraud. My question is, will she bring it up? Because MSNBC tends to be really biased for Democrats. They come in and they try to clean up for the Democrats whatever boo-boos that come their way. So if she's a good reporter, she's going to ask the harder questions. So let's just see if that's going to happen. I doubt it, because they really don't be going after Democrats in any kind of way. They want them to look like angels. They want them to look like victims. They want them to be sympathetic. They want us to be sympathetic to their Democrats. Let's go.
Of Somali immigrants in the U.S., around 80,000 in the state of Minnesota. This isn't the first time the president has made derogatory comments about your community. Last week, he threatened to end temporary protected status for Somali immigrants in the state. He alleged, without evidence, Somali gangs are terrorizing the state. In his first term, he called the Somali resettlement in the state a disaster. Why do you think he's so focused on this community, and what impact does that kind of racist and dehumanizing language have?
He's always been a racist, a bigot, a xenophobic, and Islamophobic. We know that he called African nations a shithole in his first administration. We know that when he came down that escalator, he said he was going to stop Muslim immigration into this country. And so it is not surprising that he is going after Black immigrants in this country. And it's certainly not surprising.
Now she's claiming Black. But we know that most Somalians do not claim to be Black. They claim to be Somalians. That's the first thing they will tell you. That's one of the things that I kind of respected about them. And I did tell a content creator that is Somalian, if she's listening, shout out to you. I forgot. I know your name is Princess something. I can't remember the whole name. But I thought that us as Black Americans should take a page out of what Somalians do, because they are very, very concerned about their group of people. Our issue is that we're too fragmented. We have too many people that wants to be the leader, and they're mostly niggas, which I don't even like that word, but they like the word, they act the part, so they act like niggas with no brains, that are running around emotional about why we don't want to be African, why we not claiming Pan-African and all this other stuff. I am so grateful that Trump is taking the wind out of the sails of these idiots on YouTube to be indecisive, because they were going to continue to be indecisive until we were no more. So it took a white man to actually have the balls and the courage to set shit straight the way it should be for Americans overall. And that benefited us whether we liked it or not. And a lot of us are still screaming and scrambling. I listened to a live on Q Butter yesterday. And do you know that people were on that platform defending this woman with her known scams and schemes? They were saying that she was still a Black woman and we had to be there for her. And they were arguing. I got to find the timestamp when it happened. But they were arguing and sounding like idiots. This woman don't give a damn about Black Americans, but she's utilizing the term Black to connect herself to civil rights and all that talk about what we did in the past, to link herself to that. So suddenly she's Black. Suddenly she's down. Suddenly she's Pan-African. This bullshit, this way that these people are able to pick up like a costume Blackness and take it off whenever they want. is what we got to understand, that we got to nip in the bud. We got to disallow this type of activity from happening. This is another way of scam. This is another way to manipulate. This news reporter has yet to bring up the allegations of fraud, but she's trying to craft and paint the narrative that this woman is a victim, that she is being attacked for no damn reason. And it's, this is unbelievable. But let's listen some more to this.
That he's choosing a Black immigrant community that is also Muslim. But what I would like to say is that most of us are citizens. On our passport, it says we are nationals of this country. We love that Minnesota has welcomed us.
But it says that if you did something on your applications, you were misleading, you lied. This alleged that she married her brother, and they have known since a year or so ago. That is grounds to disqualify you from having citizenship. Will this news reporter bring that part up? Or are they going to keep it nice, quaint, and cute for us to believe this lie that they're trying to peddle? But this is what I'm talking about. It's all a game. And the only ones that's being used as pawns are Black Americans, because we're so fragmented and people can just utilize our energy and our emotions towards their advancement, towards their betterment. And we just be used and spent. That's all we are always used as tokens and pawns in the game. And I would like us to stop being used up like that. I would like us to take our control and poise ourselves back again like we used to be. We weren't this gullible before. But there are a lot of people that are really gullible and confused on who and why they need to be a certain way. They think that you can't show too much strength because it's ostracizing others. But these others don't give a damn about you. I already know that a lot of people don't like me online, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm being true to myself and to my group of people. And I feel like I advocate for you guys in my own way. And I be truthful because we need to hear the truth. And like I said, these people are just playing in our faces. But when they get to themselves, they talk hella reckless. There is a video that's floating around where a Somalian guy is preaching to a group of Somalians about how devastated we are as Black Americans because we don't have fathers in the home. They went in on us out the blue. Like, we're not bothering y'all. We don't bring you up. We don't think about you. And yet you have a video where you're disparaging us, saying we don't even know our fathers and all this type of talk. They want to punch on us whenever they want to elevate the image and morality of how they want to appear to the white people here in America. They can't play that part over there in Somalia, though. Because if they went back home, it's not going to look like it's over here. Like it's over here, calm, cool, and collective for the most part. Of course, we have rumblings here and there. But if you go to Somalia, there is no peace and no calm, nowhere to be found. So they give this illusion that they're perfect people, that they're smarter and they're, equipped to handle this and that. And they have morality and they have righteousness behind them because of the facade that they're selling. And now the jig is up. And I have to clear this up because I need our people to understand we got to stop being useful fools. We got to nip this shit in the bud. We got to say, no, I'm not rocking with you. You don't represent who I am. And you don't give a damn about us overall, so I don't give a damn about you. It doesn't matter how they sound and how they appear. It's their intention. And it's their spirit that matters most. And most of us don't discern stuff. We don't look into stuff. We don't think about nothing. We just go off of what we hear and what we see. We get tied up and emotionally connected to things that don't make sense because it's temporary how a person appears in front of you. It's temporary what a person says to you and promise you. And then the next step is to turn around and lie and flip and do something else later that leaves devastating consequences behind people lying. But we always give them the opportunity to stab us in the back. We always give everybody the benefit of the doubt for what? When we are never given the same thing back. People show us all the time their fangs, their claws, their hate, disdain for us. But we, for some strange reason, have to go to bat for everybody that claims the word black. That is the dumbest thing ever. It is so stupid. We got to stop this. Let's go.
Us have not been settled in Minnesota. We chose it as a home because the Minnesota people and the state is beautiful and very welcoming. And we are going to be here regardless of what the president has to say.
I agree. I love the Twin Cities. I love visiting your home state as well, Minnesota. Lots of good people there. Beautiful.
So she says she's going to be there irregardless of what you say. Again, this reporter has yet to ask the hard question. Before I continue, I'm going to read you guys' comments and I'll go back to that. But so far, nothing. So far, absolutely nothing. No hard questions. No jam you ups. No nothing. Okay, let me see. Where was I? Oh yeah, Europeans are definitely tired of immigrants. I do have a video I just found that talked about should they follow behind Trump. Yeah, you're right. And you said I would have to choose UK. The passport is more powerful. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do, African goddess. If you have that benefit and it's truly yours and you know it and it's not going to change, I would definitely rock with what is best for you and your family, because I honestly don't see Nigeria making radical changes anytime soon. It's kind of like they are waiting for Trump and other things are going on. I don't know what the hell that President Tinubu is doing over there. He's kind of reminds me of Sleepy Joe, to be honest with you. I don't know what the hell is he an alcoholic? Does he drink a lot and like hides away where you don't know where he's at and what he's doing? What does he be doing? Is he even around to like talk to y'all and let y'all know what's going on? I mean, what goes on over there? It just seems like Nigeria has a long way to go, a very long way to go. And it sounds like all those people, that the mouths that they have to feed is going to keep having the issues that they have. And my God, I'm so grateful that I do not know nothing about Africa in that regard. I wouldn't trade it for nothing. These people trying to tell us we need to go back to Africa bullshit is like the biggest nightmare on earth, if you think about it. I mean, yes, some people are successful like you, African goddess. I'll give you that. And there's others that are successful, but think about the vast majority of those that have no opportunity, no jobs. It's hard to feed themselves every day, and all the things that go on with electricity and water and sewage and all that. I would never want to put myself in that predicament ever. And so people that invites me to be inquisitive about Africa, to me, it's an insult. It's an insult. I take it as an insult. Because I'm like, your bitch ass ain't there. Why are you going to offer me to go somewhere you ain't at? The fuck? Take your ass back and prove to me why it's worthy of me taking my ass over there to visit. Don't tell me how wonderful it is and you over here with me. It's an insult. And that's how we should have had the mindset to begin with. But no. We supposed to be so open. We supposed to try everything out because somebody suggested it to us. because someone showed up and said, hey, why don't you do this? Okay, I'll try it. Why we got to do stuff that people suggest to us? Why can't we determine our life? Why can't we say, no, thank you, I'm good? Why are y'all so vulnerable to be tricked and swindled? Because in my mind, you're trying to be approved by Africans, the ones that are acting like that are acting desperate to be pleasing to Africans. And you have this activity of worship. You're the type that has suggested anything and you go do it. That's why a lot of you get caught up in scams and schemes and set up and unalived and everything else under the sun, because anyone could say anything to you and you'll go and say, how high and where do I go and where do I sign up at? You guys are dumb. And I don't get it, because I know a lot of you guys have the spirit that I have, but a lot of you guys have tapped out a long time ago. And that's because you are trying to be validated. You're trying to be validated by Africans. And it's sad. To me, you don't have self-worth when you act like that. You don't. Anyways, I went off on a tangent. Let me go back. You said going to research getting residency in Nigeria on UK passport. Okay. You said, I'm thankful to be non-deportable. Like Megan says, I'm so thankful. Yeah, your favorite nurse, I always knew. I didn't think the day would come to where this would happen like it did. But I kind of guessed by how people were talking to us for many, many years. And they were talking about, oh, you living with the white man under his balls and all that type of talk, is because they're jealous that we are living here and they are not. And we have a birthright to be here and they do not. I kind of like picked that up. I picked up that vibration a long time ago. And now that all this stuff is happening, confirmations are everywhere. Like everywhere we turn, every day we look up and Trump is doing what he's doing. And all these people are going stir crazy. You're realizing how blessed we are. You said, my goodness, let's hope he remembers the responsibility that goes with marriage. Who got married? Who are you talking about? Did I miss somebody? I'm not sure who you mean by marriage. Oh, you're talking about, Umar. He's not getting married. He just said that African goddess to pull at the strings of women that are ghetto birds and that don't know no better, that don't have no self-respect or standards. You see, he put it out there so that he's fishing for women to be like, oh, my king, I would love to be your wife, and get all these dingbats to reply and to try to hit him up behind the scenes. And that's how he gets like a pull of women to choose from, to get money from for donations. He's playing another game with these women that are susceptible to his manipulation. He's manipulating. He's a liar. That's what he's doing. He didn't mean it. He said it to get a response, though. You said, I saw some videos of them committing fraud, pretending to get hit by a parked car. The UK folks are sick of it. Man, you're right about that. Yeah, they're playing games everywhere, man. It's sad. African Goddess says, yes, and in London, 78% of government subsidized housing is occupied by foreign-born people. Yeah, it is. In all honesty, I think people born where there is a lot of poverty have a survival mindset, which makes a wider range of behavior acceptable to them. Oh yeah, they think anything goes. But see, for people like us who have very limited options, and we got to be careful of what we got. We can't squander what we have. We can't burn our bridges because we don't want to ask ourselves out. And like I said, we could be used up for a time for somebody to run through us if we let them. So we got to be very careful and protective over ourselves and our boundaries, and set standards for ourselves, so people don't just do whatever they want to do to us. But people talking Pan-African talk is telling us to be wide open, accept everybody, try out stuff, go travel, go do this, get citizenship, oh, go do that, get residency, oh, buy land, oh, build this. All these suggestions from other people to us to do, to waste money, to be scammed, to be wide open, to take risks and chances that we did not have to take at all. And that's the thing that people continually want us to be like, because they are advancing off of our trying this and trying that and taking risks. They're making benefits off of that. That's why they want us to continue that mindset, because it blesses them and enriches them, and it leaves us with nothing continuously. He said he really should not have done that. No, he shouldn't have done that, but he think it's cute and everything. And this shows you why, unfortunately, a lot of men and women in our community is definitely a mockery. He makes a mockery of us. He definitely makes a mockery of our community. That's why, in my opinion, Umar Johnson should have been banned a long time ago. He should have been told to kick rocks. He should have been told that school is done. Like, continually giving him money after like over 10 years later and not have a school open. I mean, how dumb do we have to be? And it's so pathetic. It's so fucking unreal. You said, so he was an international student, so he is an educated criminal? Who's an international student? This makes my skin crawl. This is why Nigerians are disliked across the world. Oh, you talking about that guy? Okay, the Nigerian. Okay, I got you. That's what I'm saying, African goddess. I think you guys have a lot of good ones, but they're like you, which don't want to be seen in the public. You kind of like want to do your own thing and not really be out there. The ones that are the boldest and the loudest, to me, are the most dangerous, because they're willing to play crap ball or crap, whatever you call it, and gamble and take risk with other people's emotions and money, But yeah, you guys have a pretty bad reputation out there. I don't know why Nigerians like to come after us the most when they have one of the biggest flaws of scamming out there. It's like, y'all need to fix your own image instead of worrying about mine. Why are you worried about what we doing in America? We're not bothering you. It's like all these immigrants come to us with solutions that they think or they claim that they have for us, because they want us to be open to try, open to their suggestions, like they're supposed to be telling us stuff, like they're supposed to have authority over us. And ain't nobody down for none of that if you have a brain. The ones that are not thinking don't realize that that's what Nigerians and other immigrants are trying to do. It's trying to bait you into conditioning you into believing that you should be taking orders from them and listening to them and being under their dominion. I see the play, and I try to tell my people about it, and they're so confused. They're like, oh, we're brothers and sisters. Pan-African talk, Pan-Africans. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, this is the real world, y'all. Like, goddamn, why you gotta be the first to be so dumb? He says she is still talking. She's not getting that the tide has turned. No, she is truly on something. You said if you're in someone else's country as a refugee, you need to keep quiet. Exactly. But see, she's gotten so comfortable and confident and being in positions of power that she really thinks she's running shit. And I really want to see her gone. I'm going to be happy as a lark once she's gone, because I don't think any immigrant should be able to come over and act like that. I'm sorry. Like at no time at all. You should be able to come over and act like that. We can't go to Africa or Europe or any other place and act a fool like that and be looked upon in good standing. Come on. So we shouldn't be doing that shit with her. You said Somalia has beautiful beaches, but let's be honest, it's an active war zone. I believe you. Tinubu is a drug dealer and, in my opinion, a user. Yeah, I heard about his past. He looks like he's drunk or something. You right about that. You think he's still a drug dealer after all this time? He said, don't know, but don't think you just stop that type of behavior. You know, if it was so easy to get money and that's what you're known to do, I don't see why you would have to change. You're right about that. You're right about that. Before I go back to what she was saying and her lying, because I just want us to understand how easy it is for them to do what they do. I wanted to play what UK is about to do, because UK is actually asking the question, should they replicate Trump's zero immigration policy? Check this out. This comes from GB something. What is this? Hold on. Did I just GB? It's crossed off. I don't even know. GB News. Okay. GB News. Hold on. Let me go back. All right. Take a listen to this. So this is getting real, y'all. Come on. Get this back. Stop. Okay. Please hit the like button, you guys.
To stop the third world coming to Britain. We cannot take any more of it, can we? We have simply had enough. And Donald Trump has just enacted a ban on immigration from third world countries. And I frankly think we need to do the same ourselves. If not, go further. Firstly, let's dig into just a few statistics. Foreign nationals make up just 12% of our adult population, yet they account for 12.4% of the prison population as of June 2025. Seems proportional on paper, doesn't it? But dig a little bit deeper and statistics don't lie. Non-UK citizens are overrepresented in convictions for narcotics and fraud, for example. Albanian nationals are arrested at a rate of 209.8 per 1,000 in the population. That's 17 times higher than British citizens. They top the crime league table for arrests per capita, with 1 in 50 Albanians in the UK imprisoned, often for drugs or organised crime. And Afghans show overrepresentation in certain conviction categories such as sexual offences, relative to their population size, of course. And on child sex offences, foreign nationals make up 10% of the population, but account for around 15% of convictions. Groups from Albania, Iran and Afghanistan show stark overrepresentation in our jails relative to the tiny numbers that live here. And the numbers keep on climbing. Foreign prisoners have swelled to over 10,700 by late 2025, clogging up ourselves while you at home, the British taxpayers, are footing the bill. Mass immigration from the third world isn't just about crime, though, is it? It is a bulldozer through our way of life. And Baroness Louise Casey's damning 2016 report laid it out. Entire areas of Britain have changed beyond recognition in mere years, with communities feeling like strangers in their own land. Prime Minister Keir Starmer himself even said, without immigration rules, Britain is at risk of becoming a, quote, island of strangers. Funny that, isn't it? Around 3/4 of Brits perceive high tensions between immigrants and UK-born people, with immigration seen as deepening divisions and contributing to challenges like parallel societies, where issues such as female genital mutilation, forced marriages, honour-based violence, surges in anti-Semitism, cousin marriage, all these things persist. And it's clear to me, we're not integrating. People are not integrating. We are segregating. White British people are set to be a minority by the mid-2060s, according to some reports. And someone please tell me how that's a desirable outcome, because it's not about race. It's about the ability for these communities to integrate into our way of life, which I believe very strongly is vastly driven by white British culture and has been successful for decades in the past. Why is it not working now? So frankly, Trump's ban is a welcome first step in shifting the Overton window. But we need a period of zero immigration into Britain, just purely at this point.
Like I said, it's going to be probably a ripple effect of what Britain will do. I don't know if they'll go as hard as Trump, but you are hearing, this is kind of like what they're on. And the immigrants really can't afford to be taking the position of entitlement like they do. I don't think that that's going to anger more Americans that are going to get busy out there. I mean, I wouldn't be. I'll just speak my piece. I'm not going to come for you, but there are other people that feel like they will do whatever to get you gone. And this woman right here, like I said, she set a terrible example for other immigrants, and she really thinks that she is sly to pull off the black card when we know most of them do not even dare call themselves black. I know for certain. I talked to a content creator, and she said they don't claim black. They claim their own ethnic race. That's it. They only have their allegiance, and their thought process is only on their own, in their own kind, period. So to hear other YouTubers and other people on platforms like Q Butter arguing about this woman right here, it just shows you how fucked up we are. And this is why I'm so glad that Trump did what he did to try to seal the fact that we are American and that we are delineating. And what he's doing is helping us with the delineation, whether we realize it or not, because more and more people are going to have to reapply and resettle themselves in the system and everything. And by then, we should have cleared up, I pray, our identity and understanding what we're on, moving forward, I pray. But there's always niggas and ghetto birds that's in the midst to mess up what we could do as far as unifying mentality wise is what we need. Because, not having the same mentality as a group, it's frustrating. The last time that we were on one accord was in late 60s. Everybody thought the same thought. They wanted the same results. They did whatever they had to do to get it, and it got accomplished. Now we have everybody talking over everybody and yelling and screaming about what we're going to call ourselves. And people acting like we don't have the right to call ourselves what we want to call ourselves. Because again, they don't want to mess up getting benefits off of us by staying just black, staying, people of color and minority and all this stuff that includes them. That's all they care to have us continue to do. And this is why we got to stop being that way, because they're not being that way with anyone else. Why are we doing it for them? That's why they're pissed, and this is why they're frustrated with us. But we're on the right track with delineation. And Trump is definitely stepping it up to enhance this notion of us delineating. And people can't claim us like they have before. They can't claim to be us, especially if you're being deported or threatened to be deported and all these other things. But again, here she is, rocking out with the blackness. Look at her bright smile, like she ain't got a care in the world. Look at this biased reporter and how she's carrying on.
Minnesota, lots of good people there. Beautiful part of the country. Are you getting any support from Republican colleagues on this? Are you seeing anyone from the president's own party stand up and say this kind of rhetoric isn't okay?
No, and it is not surprising because the Republicans have bent the knee to this president. They've welcomed his disgusting and deranged and dangerous rhetoric. They have propelled him into office. They have allowed for him, as a 34-time convicted felon, to become the president of this nation. And so I am not surprised, and I'm not expecting any of them to develop a backbone now and to stand up for their colleague or our Minnesota, Republican representatives to stand up for their constituents. And earlier you said I represent the most Somalis in Minnesota, and that actually is not a fact. Most Somalis live in the different congressional districts that are mostly represented by Republicans, including the Republican whip of the House.
The New York Times is now reporting federal immigration agents may soon be targeting Somali migrants in the Twin Cities area. What are you hearing? What do you know about these reports?
Well, over 90% of Minnesota Somalis are citizens of this country. And so we know that some people have been questioned. They have been, ICE has made attempts to abduct and detain them. But a lot of Somalis, when Trump first got elected, decided to carry a passport ID because they knew that he wasn't only coming for people who were undocumented, that he would essentially come for immigrants who were citizens of this nation. And so a lot of them are very savvy, they're resilient, they're brilliant people who have figured out how to protect themselves.
I mean, you've already touched on this, but I do want to ask you a follow-up on the character and the contributions of your community, because the president keeps villainizing your community, dismisses contribution of immigrants in this country. What do you want people to know about the Somali community in your home state?
I mean, I would like them to know that we are the most generous people. We are one of the most friendliest communities. Again, it is why we made Minnesota home, because it fits with our character. Minnesota nice is not just something we say, it's something that is true. And Somalis are as nice as Minnesota is. We are, like I said, very resilient. We're very hardworking. And we are very patriotic. Minnesota Somalis have the highest level of people who have become citizens as immigrants in this country. And we vote, we contribute, we volunteer, and we run for office.
What's your message?
Again, he's not willing to ask the hard questions. I'm not going to let it continue. I was trying, and I know if it hasn't happened, it's not going to happen. She's going to let her play this part of, the damsel in distress, the woman that needs to be saved from the boogie white racist who is not doing that. He is protecting America from ourselves in a lot of ways, from our stupidity in a lot of ways, for trusting anyone and falling for anything that's presented in front of our faces. Like, she could at least ask the question, well, are you going to address the fraudulent allegations there in Minnesota? What do you have to say about that? I mean, nothing came out. She just wanted a tidy image of her, and it's fucked up. But anyways, you guys got to know what you need to know. And I did play on my last video about the fraud, and you can go back and check that out. Because what I want to play now is the fact that, there are Somalians that are being deported, though. And there's one in particular that was called out recently on YouTube or one of the social media platforms. And he was crying and carrying on and begging a Black American to help him out. So I want to play that video real quick. Hold on, let me get that. Hold on, let me. This is another deportation though that happened. Check this out.
Hey, man.
أنا معهم لأن دبي أنت لولو باسبوركي ولا قطعتي أنا سأوك جرا أنتو قفوا embassy لسؤال لكورو إلا قبل لسؤال عند علي I don't want to be here no more. I'm so tired of being here. This place. This is where I'm living. I'm so tired of it. Just like I want to go back. I don't want to be here no more. I don't cut my hair. I don't shave. I don't do nothing. I just want to go back.
So he was deported from America to go right back to his home country. And this is how he is acting once he made it back home. You know, them rocking their flags all the time, saying they're proud to be this and that. But the truth of the matter, they don't want no parts of their home countries. Most of the immigrants don't want no parts to their home countries. They just trick us into believing that what we got ain't so good after all, and that we need to go and trade places with them so that we are asked out eventually and they take over our spot. That's the name of the game. But I just wanted to show you this because this is really real, but it gets deep because this guy is actually going to talk to a Black American. I hope it's on this video, and try to ask him, could he take himself to the embassy to advocate for him? And of course, we don't deal with the embassy like that. Maybe if you travel abroad, you have to go if you lost your passport or something like that. But you don't normally have the embassy, you know, on your speed dial. You're not really talking to them because we are Americans. And he asked him to go do something and go to the embassy. And the guy was like, what do you mean? What do you want me to do? And he insulted him. So let me play that. Let's go.
It just gets bad in here, man. I just don't want to be here no more. I pray to God just. I'm just tired of you guys talking about me and just always talking shit. These guys just don't even know how to just leave me alone. I'm just so tired.
Wait. So we got to talk about.
Okay, but there's another video. Let me see if I can find it and see if it's still on here. Hold
Tim
on.
Walz playing the race card.
I want to play the one where he asked the Black guy to save him, to help him out. Hold on, let me see if I can find that. But yeah, that guy was emotionally spent. He was torn to pieces. He did not want to be home under no circumstance. And he was letting the world know, this ain't it. Please help me. Please save me. You know, and it's crazy that she's acting like she's untouchable. The Ilhan Omar lady. She's acting like she's untouchable. It's unbelievable. Let me find this other video real quick. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. Found it. Please hit the like button. Please share, subscribe. Please, I really appreciate it. We're going to turn the page after this video and go to a live that I was listening to try to let you guys hear why I'm so glad that Trump is doing what he's doing, because if left to our devices to figure it out on our own, it was never going to be figured out. We have too many people that are just too fucking stupid. Too many people that think they have all the answers because they read a book or they learned about Africa years ago, or they talked about Pan-Africans years ago, and they think somehow that that bullshit applies in 2025. It doesn't apply in 2025. The Africans don't want to be in Africa. Not like that. And we don't want to be in Africa at all, except for a few nutty bars. But take a look at this guy begging a Black American to help him.
To a Black American from Texas about going to the U.S. Embassy and, asking Donald Trump for help to get back into the country. And then he started being disrespectful and disrespecting the young brother.
The man who was crying and begging for Trump to give him his passport back is now on live begging Black Americans to help him get back to America after his criminal behavior got him deported. He was then trying to throw slick shots.
I'm all the way in Texas. What I'm gonna do from Texas, bro? Hey, thank you. Hey, Risa showing love. Right. That's why a lot of us need to start going to school, man. We know we understand one thing.
Again, he's talking about we need to go to school. He's insulting the guy because he does not know anything about the embassy, because we don't have to know anything about the embassy. So again, they show you how quick how they think about you, by the way, but they show you how quick they would like to use you and spit you out real quick. They switch codes really, really quick. But this is an example of why we should not want to help them. Let me rewind it in case you missed that part.
Crying and begging for Trump to give him his passport back is now on live begging Black Americans to help him get back to America after his criminal behavior got him deported. He was then trying to throw slick shots.
I'm all the way in Texas. What I'm gonna do from Texas, bro? Hey, thank you. Hey, Risa showing love. Right. That's why a lot of us need to start going to school, man. We know we understand one thing. The Embassy of America is based also in America as well. It's the headquarters. Okay. So, you can go down there. You need to get back to headquarters. I ain't used to, man. That's how they fly. I guess y'all got a lot of cows and horses over there. Bro, what you mean? Bro, I'm in the crib. Now, their level of hatred runs deep. Because this guy is deported. He's back in...
Again, he only wanted to use him because he needs a useful fool. That's it. That's all. That's how he looked at that Black man on that screen. I wouldn't have been entertaining the guy. I'd been like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I ain't doing nothing. I'm sorry. Tell your family to go do something. Tell your government to go do something. Contact your embassy to contact the American embassy. Leave me out of the bullshit. Why are you trying to include me in that shit? People are just a trip. Like I say, they really think that we're useful fools, and they will insult you as quick as they will talk to you and call you brother and I'm Black like you and all that type of shit. They don't mean none of it. They don't mean none of it. They don't give a damn. They don't care. They could care less. So it's very puzzling to me that many of you Black Americans are on this Pan-African trip when it's only a benefit to these people that are tricking you into believing in the hype of the lie of Pan-Africanism. They get to use and say, oh, I tricked her real quick. I lied to her real easy. I got her guards down real quick. It's just so pathetic. Let me see. Let me see where I want to play. Where was I? Oh, I can't find. I was trying to find this video of a Somalian Muslim openly preaching against Black Americans, but I can't find that right now. Anyways, let me see what you guys have to say, if anything, and then I'm gonna play Q Butter because I want y'all to hear how stupid this live got last night. They've been running 12-hour lives talking about our identity, yo. 12-hour lives back to back to back, arguing about our fucking identity. Like, how many fucking years do we have to spare and spend on arguing about we're American? The fuck's going on? It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. All right. Pinky says, immigrants, your stay in America is never permanent, and no immigrants contributes to America. If they could, they wouldn't need to be here. Hard work, hard at home, not in my homeland. That's what I say. Like, if you guys want the respect that you claim that you have garnered, this ability to outperform and outwork and all that, do that in your home country. Let it shine over there. Why you gotta be a dust, tumbleweeds and dust all over the place, and no sewerage and no government, no military, no workable, nothing here and there and everywhere. But you get to floss over here after all the sacrifices of my ancestors, so you can just fly over and benefit real quick. Like, and then you want to brag about that? You ain't earned nothing. You didn't sacrifice nothing. You got a free ride to come over and come up. Ain't nobody gonna respect that and revere that and worship that. The ones that do worship y'all like that is dumb. Like, if you could do that in your home country, then I will not worship, but I will give you praise. I will give you praise and say, hey, they did that shit. They did that shit. But I can't say that. I can't say that to none of y'all. So please go home and fix it. You got to sacrifice somewhere at some time. You can't be in other people's shit that sacrifice and then reap the benefits indefinitely there. It's not happening no more. The tides are changing, obviously. Pinky says Americans are hardworking. That's why we don't have to flee to other countries. Yeah, and our ancestors, Pinky, honestly they laid the groundwork. Think about the Civil War that happened. I think it was like 500,000 people perished in that Civil War. We had all kinds of wars. We had all kinds of slavery. We had Jim Crow. We had to forge all the comforts that we have in blood, sweat, and tears, embarrassment, being dehumanized, being degraded, being battered, being whipped, being dog sicked on you, hose on you, thrown in jail, unalived, crosses really burning on the lawn for real, not for fake, like the African guy that lied. You know, so many different things, fed to alligators, you know, experimented on by doctors while you were, you know, able to feel pain and stuff like that. Given syphilis on purpose to see the progression of the disease on purpose, treated like laboratory rats. We went through all the lows to build up from that, to have civilization as we know it, to have civil rights and peace and the ability to have freedom and be able to choose your own religion and be able to have the ability to speak your own voice and have your own opinion, be able to do whatever we want to do. You can't do that in other places. You got to have your head covered up. If you do something and you're a woman, you could be beat, you could be unalived. They have some places you could be unalived by your father or brother because you dishonored the family, and they have something like honor killings and whatnot. I mean, there's an array of stuff that we avoid by being here in America because our ancestors took what they took. And they molded, you know, all the minds and hearts into what we are taking for granted now. That these immigrants are able to come over and take for granted and spit on. That's why they need to go, because they have worn out their welcome. And I'm not upset at all about what Trump's doing, because either do it now or pay the repercussions later. Man, stop the whining like a butch. That's what your ancestors left you. Work with it like we Americans do. Exactly, Pinky. But when you say that to them, it's like it's like you slap their grandma or something. It is, they do not think that they have to do anything. They think that what is in the world now should just be given over to them. But just like I said, the tides are turning. Take a look at this. The HUD Secretary Turner recently announced that the housing also for illegals is no longer. So no more will they be getting housing benefited that way. No longer will they get on welfare. No longer will they get EBT. Trump's going to make sure of that. No more are they going to get any freebies at all. So, and then also they're not allowing them to come over here. They're going to strip some of these people that have been caught with scams and all the other things that they continually do. I'm sure a lot of them are shaking in their boots right now, wondering if some of the applications that they put in 10, 20 years ago, is it going to hold up or what? But look, they're not getting no more HUD.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. It is indeed a great joy to be here with you. And I want to thank my dear friend and colleague and cabinet partner, Attorney General Pam Bondi, for her leadership. Pam, thank you so much for how much you care about the people of America and this great country, in particular here in Memphis. And thank you for your vigilance in upholding our nation's laws, and specifically the reason why we are all here today. That's for making our streets and our neighborhoods, our communities safe. I also want to thank Governor Lee and Senators Blackburn and Haggerty for your commitment to improving the lives of people in Memphis and in all of Tennessee. And also thank you to Director Gaddy Serralta and the U.S. Marshals and the FBI agents who are on the front lines every single day to restore safety to our streets in America. And to all the public servants that are here, thank you for your service to this great state and to your country. At HUD, we do believe that public housing should be safe. We believe that, and that's our conviction. A safe community starts with safe housing. If the housing is safe, the community is safe. And we want to take good care of the most vulnerable people in our country. And that means making sure that residents in HUD-funded housing can live their lives in peace and security, free from the horrors of violent crime. That's why HUD today, we're announcing a new HUD crime hotline to allow the residents of public housing to call the HUD Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, to report criminals, illegal aliens, sex offenders.
Did y'all hear that? We now have the opportunity to call HUD or call the authorities on drug people that's selling drugs, that's gang related, or illegals, so that you clean up where you live. Because a lot of these places that are ran by HUD, you have a whole lot of people that are criminally minded. They set up shop and they kind of like hold that neighborhood hostage, and the people are scared to silence. They can't snitch. Well, it's not really snitching if you're not a part of what they do. It's called just cleaning up your neighborhood. But now you have the opportunity, I hope, to stay anonymous and turn these people in so that you can breathe at night and not have to deal with all these drive-bys and selling of drugs and, you know, needles being found and all this type of stupid stuff. They actually have a hotline. I think this is an excellent idea. Like, I am so glad that they thought of this.
Their lives in peace and security, free from the horrors of violent crime. That's why HUD today, we're announcing a new HUD crime hotline to allow the residents of public housing to call the HUD Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, to report criminals, illegal aliens, sex offenders, human traffickers, and those guilty of gang activity, drug distribution, and fraud. We're spearheading this hotline right here for the residents of Memphis, Tennessee. This crime hotline is the latest in a series of action HUD has taken to help the American cities and neighborhoods be safe, including of those who live in HUD-funded housing. The Memphis Housing Authority serves more than 9,700 households and receives $107 million to administer federal rental assistance programs. And for all of those that are listening right now, residents of Memphis public housing, or those who might be concerned about the safety of your friends or family who live in Memphis public housing, for all of you, this announcement is for you. And here's our message. Protect your home. Protect your family. If you see it, if you hear about it, report it. And here's how. You can call 1-800-347-3735 from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Central Time. Or you can submit a tip online at any time through our website. And here it is, HUDOIG.gov/hotline. And this website is monitored 24/7 in real time. I'm going to say it again. The hotline number is 1-800-347-3735. And the website address is this, HUDOIG.gov/hotline. Law enforcement personnel stand ready to assist you with coordinated efforts with our friends at the DOJ and the FBI and state and local partners. This hotline is part of President Trump's effort to make our city safe again. That strategy includes the Memphis State Safe Task Force started by President Trump, which is breaking the grip that violent criminals have had on this city, as the Attorney General alluded to, and returning power back to the people and the citizens of Memphis. We've already seen great progress, which you'll hear more about. Since this operation began in October, the task force has arrested more than 3,000 violent fugitives, including up to 12 suspects of homicide and more than 300 known gang members and much more. These numbers translate to lives and homes and futures protected. Again, we care about the future of America, the lives of every individual and collective Memphis and Tennessee citizens. But this would not be possible without our great law enforcement, and many of you are here today, and our military members. So thank you from me, from HUD, from Attorney General, and our entire administration.
The gig is up, y'all. I think that that's a wonderful idea to maybe have an anonymous way of calling in to limit the destruction that's been taking effect in some of these projects or HUD situations, so that you don't be scared and, get these people out of your community. I don't glorify gangsters. I don't glorify drug dealers. I'm not glorifying gangbangers and none of that type of stuff. So you guys got the number, you got the email and all of that. So that's awesome. How do you guys feel about it? That's in the chat room if you are still here with me. Let me see. You said this is the same thing Dr. Ben Carson was doing during Trump's first term. He just started late this time. It's starting early. Oh, okay. In California, public housing, which we call projects, is 90% fill of immigrants from all different countries. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. So, what I want to transition to I was going to talk about Professor Small. Maybe I will another time. The reason why I'm not talking about him now is because he backtracked on talking about FBA. He claimed that it was misconstrued, what he said and what he meant, that he didn't mean that Tariq Nasheed was FBA or FBI rather, or CIA. He claimed he's also FBA, but he wants us to claim African as a race, which is a no-go. We're not claiming anything but American. We're not claiming no ancestor that can't be founded out on paper. I'm not claiming any ancestors in Africa. It's not that I have anything against them. It's that I'm not allowing Africans to use me as leverage. I don't think that we should be allowing Africans to use us as leverage, because that's what they're trying to do. That's why they're so concerned about what we call ourselves, because they want a foothold in blackness and calling us African and claiming our ancestors and claiming our reparations and anything attached to us. That's what they've been doing. I mean, think about it. They signed us up without our authorization, without our consent, to be a part of the African Union, the 6th region, against our will. They just threw us in the mix, called us African American, and said that we are a part of it for our reparations without consulting us. How disrespectful is that? I mean, that's like treating us like we're their property. That's essentially treating us like we're slaves. That's not giving me honor and credence that I am having agency over my life and over my person. So that just tells you and shows you their intentions overall. I'm not talking about all Africans. I'm not talking about the ones that are not elitists in power. I am specifically talking about governmental officials. I am talking about the presidents. I'm talking about people a part of the African Union. I'm talking about the likes of Dr. Eric Kana. I'm talking about the likes of Professor Smalls and others that are working together in concert to trick us out of our birthright, out of our claim, and out of our stake of what we like to have our claim on. They've been behind the scenes rallying among themselves to figure out how to trick us into being involved with them against our will. They're showing us disrespect to claim reparations when you know damn well in Ghana and Nigeria and other places they partook in the slave trade. And they ought to know that most of us would not want to affiliate with people that partook in the slave trade with claiming monies that should go to me and mine, and you want to skip over me to you. That's disrespectful. But people don't like to talk like this because it's weird. It's weird because that's the reality of it all. But because y'all want to appear a certain way in the eyes of people that don't care about you to begin with, you want to let blackness be the reason that you hold your peace, which is stupid. Because they're not holding their peace when they go after what they're trying to get from us, away from us, without our consent. So I don't get it. So every clue is out there and all the evidence has been out there. Just like I reported on Dr. Eric Kana years ago. You know, she's been trying to scheme and scam us for a very, very long time. She was able to get over $1 million claiming to get citizenship from Burkina Faso. That fell short. And even if she did accomplish it, look at where we're at now with them possibly getting you to choose one or the other coming up. But the point is that anyone can suggest anything to us as long as they claim to be Pan-African, as long as they claim to be Black, as long as they claim brother and sister. They expect us to fall right in line like a stupid ass duck and do whatever. And this is why we're losing today, because we have too many people that are too susceptible to anything that anyone suggests to you. So what I want to show before I go is a little bit of the interaction that I witnessed last night. It was a 12-hour stream, but it just reiterates to me why Trump needs to continue doing bold things to help us, because in my opinion at this point, we have a hard time helping ourselves. We're having a hard time helping ourselves because too many claws and too many fangs are in the mix, messing with us. And too many people are pulling us all over the place, tug-of-warring with us. Too many people are not coming to the table with common sense and critical thinking. People can't just be honest and frank about anything. Everybody got to play the politically correct and not offend nobody type of bullshit. And we're losing because we're acting like that. And the only time that makes sense to speak up like I do, I get, backlash of hate and not support, no likes and all these types of things. But time and time again, what I've been talking about shows up as being the facts and true time and time again. But I just want to show you how fucked off our men are. And some of these people, I'm not sure if they're Americans or immigrants or what, but that's the issue. Too many different types of people from all over the place is now here in America, and they're trying to be the leader of our group. Too many people think that they should be able to dictate to us how we're supposed to feel right now, how we're supposed to respond right now, what we're supposed to call ourselves and do with our money and everything else attached to us. That is the agenda. Who is going to lead our group, my group, to the so-called promised land? And most of these people that are talking at us are the ones that are wanting to be here in America the most. So it's a good thing that Trump has revealed all these truths that no one can hide behind and lie to our faces anymore. He's done us a good favor because no one can put the smile and the fake conversations to trick you anymore unless you want to be tricked. Unless you want to be tricked. That's the only way you're going to continuing to be fooled, is because you wanted to. Because Trump has left no room for doubt with what he's doing and how he's moving. So anyone's support of that Somalian woman that was caught scamming, caught allegedly marrying her brother, and you still want to ride for that over your own group, shame on you. This is why we're failing, though. I'm going to see what you have to say, and then I'm going to let you hear this mess. It's going to be a lot, so just bear with me. Let me see what you guys have said before I continue. Okay, so all right. So I'm going to play that now. Please hit the like if you have not yet. I don't know the exact time stamp that it all went down. I hope that I kind of guessed close to where it was, because this was unbelievable right here. Hold on, let me see. Where was I? Is this the right one? Hold on. I hope it is. I'm just going to play it right here. Hold on. Just play it.
Even though we had self-hatred, we still was building black communities, man, and black wealth and black towns and all that. Even though we had that hatred in us, we still was building, trying to connect with one another. So that was like a form of Pan-African.
I'm not even dealing with.
And we was calling Africa the motherland. We wasn't just, you know what I'm saying? We had an affinity and a
black
connection.
People that were trying to push the black cause forward. I'm not dealing with self-hatred.
Hold on, bro. If we building black communities, what do you think that is? Why we got black towns and black cities that we talk about that got burned down and ramshacked?
Again, all these communities, mind you, are isolated communities. Somalia is a very good example there in Minnesota. It is solely for the Somalians that they have stolen from our government, from our tax-paying money, to make their own little secluded, isolated utopia in Minnesota. They never thought 1 minute about one of you black motherfuckers out there as a black American or any other person that is a so-called other melanated person around the globe. You weren't invited to the party. You weren't invited to get a plate of nothing. You weren't invited to see how they're living, what they got going on, nothing. So there should not be any of us that is rallying for these people that never gave a damn about you. But these clowns are going to be speaking about this woman as if she is to be protected. She's still black. Pan-African lives and reigns. We building communities. How are we building a community when you're not even a part of the community? How is that possible? Then you have other melanated people that are over here, Nigerians and Haitians and Jamaicans and whatever else. They have their restaurants that are just for them, that they hire their own kind. They have their own hair braiding spots. They don't have Black Americans in their braiding spots. They have Africans working there. They don't think about your Black ass as a Black American. You are the one to be used and abused and left alone with nothing. Until you get that through your head that this is the script that they're on, we're going to continue to lose. But we have these fools, all these men. Now, mind you, there's 7 people on the panel. It's about to get heated. And all this conversation is over our identity, over Pan-African talk. People don't want to respect us being ourselves and recognizing that we don't want to do Pan-Africanism because we can't trust Pan-Africanism because it is a fake and it's a fraud and it's a tool used to put our guards down and bend over to be fucked by anyone that wants to do it. People don't want us to be frank and bold like that and speaking the truth because of the so-called notion of Blackness. No, I'm on the notion of being an American. I'm on the notion of having a birthright. I'm on the notion of seeing America survive what has transpired behind Biden. That's what I'm on. I don't give a damn about other people's plights because it's not mine. I'm sorry that they're going through what they're about to go through, but I didn't do it. They ran the course for years, not getting their shit taken care of, and now the time is up. Trump has done enough to warn people for going on 2 years to leave. People are choosing to fight and stay and all that. That's on them. They will not get my energy, and I hope that they won't get most of the Black Americans' energy because, again, they will never go and do that for you. And that's the part you got to remember. But listen to these idiots argue long time about Pan-Africanism, about why we are not Pan-African, and just because we had the name imposed on us, African American, somehow that might mean we're Pan-African, and all this stupid shit that they're just making up. Let's go.
No, that wasn't built by people who had self-hate.
Some people did. Like the self-hate was like we talking about when you dye your hair, fry your hair, and all that, and then all that. Like thinking white folks is water is clean and all that. Some people thought like that, but it wasn't a lot.
And that's why I want the dual citizenship to be challenged, because these motherfuckers that's always talking about the white man, we drinking the white man's water and all this type of shit, I want them to prove it. I want them to go get a citizenship in Africa and actually denounce and relinquish their birthright, their citizenship of America to Africa. Because I don't think they got it in them. I think that they're, keyboard warriors. I think it's a good game of talk, but you ain't got to prove nothing on a panel. You ain't went nowhere and did a goddamn thing, so why are you talking? But they're about to keep talking and talking. Let's go.
Like they make it. A lot of Black people love themselves.
My major question was, if someone in America, subscribing to African things, if that isn't the first step to them being Pan-African, then what qualifies being a Pan-African? And I'm not.
Why does it matter? What qualifies being a Pan-African is going to Africa, involving yourself in business with Africans and trusting that whole philosophy, but you can't do it on the panel talking about it. That's what I can tell you. Talking about it for hours, 12 hours, is not Pan-Africanism. That's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is supposed to be an action of you spending money and you going in business and trusting and doing this and doing that and putting your neck on the line to trust that you're building something out there, over there in Africa. And none of y'all wants to do it. So I don't understand why this conversation was being had in the first place.
I'm gonna put a qualifier.
Yo, let me ask you this, Will, because this is where logic just goes out the window. Is taking the if for example, if being a freshman in high school is taking the first step of being in high school, does that mean you graduated? Because you took the first step, are you a graduate?
So the simple answer to that is no. You're definitely not a graduate.
So that means that
but
taking
wait.
the first step
The question
to
is
do
how
something.
we're defining ourselves. We're not defining ourselves as graduates. We're defining ourselves as high school students.
In your own words, you have an amazing grasp of the obvious. It's called a metaphor. I'm using a metaphor to point out the failure in the logic to keep saying, well, if I take one step to do something, I automatically get to assume that.
Yes. At that point, you're a high school student.
But that's not true. That's not true in no other.
At that point, you're a high school student. I'm saying we're not claiming to be the graduates. We're claiming, when you look at Pan-Africanism, in your analogy, that would simply be being a high school student. That wouldn't necessarily be
but that's the difference in how we perceive it. That's why these terms are so meaningless to y'all. Because it can be applied to anything.
Kwame is a graduate, right?
Yeah, I'm saying when you talk about Pan-Africanism is meaningless. The way that you understand Pan-Africanism is meaningless.
Can I ask a question?
What up?
I've heard people, I was listening a little bit before I came up, I heard people saying, how does Pan-Africanism affect politics? How does FBA affect politics?
Hey, yo, Psycho, you seen
that's
that
my
with
question.
Nina?
Because if FBA is supposed to be replacing Pan-Africanism, that's impossible because anyways, that's a long story. I ain't even gonna get into that because I'll take the conversation. But if it's going to replace quote unquote Pan-Africanism, and then what is it going to do politically? What is it going to do?
It's not. That's why.
Well, I don't think they want to do anything politically. I think they want to do something. They want to form a large. I won't say a cult, but a large.
Someone asked,
organization.
What gets hurt more?
I agree with you, Madonna.
FBA or Pan-Africanism? My argument was Pan-Africanism always gets hurt more because FBA is the new hotness. They don't take any L's. They're not losing anything because they haven't built anything.
They're only 6 years old. They babies. I told you in the first grade. Dog. They 6 years old. They babies. They ain't got no history.
So the only
they ain't got no history outside of the internet. Before Tariq Nasheed birthed them, he their daddy. They ain't got no history before Tariq.
So the only person that could take an L in this is the Pan-African. The Pan-African has a base.
He got everything to lose.
No, we just got to spank that. We got to spank the baby. We got to spank the baby.
The babies, they ain't got shit to build on.
And that was the best way to say it. Everything to lose, nothing to gain. Well said.
Nah, man, you got to spank the baby, bro. When the baby get out of line, you got to spank him sometime. That's just a fact. So, we spanking them right now. Like we got
to abort some babies, man.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that because you can fix the mind. You can fix the mind. I wouldn't abort it. Nah, you can fix the mind, brother. Don't do that. Don't say that, Willie.
I would abort this FBA baby. This baby.
You can fix this baby, bro.
This baby is sickly. This baby doesn't respect.
You can heal this baby, bro.
See that. Hear me out, Psycho, bro. Never mind. I don't even want to say it. Y'all got it.
What happened?
I'm with you, Aaron. But I'm saying, this FBA baby, I would have aborted that.
Nah, cause that cut deep right there, bro. Like I don't even see how you could be Pan-African, bro, and be, you feel me? Accept that right there, like.
I'll tell you why. With your baby, man.
I'll tell you why.
You know, just because you let your baby play in the streets, right? It picked up some things. You know what I'm saying? It picked up a lot of things. And then it came back and it said, no, mom and daddy, y'all wrong. This is what it is. So this is what's going on. So it went out in the street. The baby went out in the street and got bad information and knowledge. And then now it's, it think it's, got what it is.
Nah. That's not what I'm saying, Wall Street.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You know, Aaron, I understand what you're saying.
I don't know what you talk about, Aaron. I'm talking about what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you ain't talking about nothing nobody cares about.
Here you go.
I'm saying, Aaron, yes, I am willing to stand on the fact that we should have aborted the FBA baby. And I'm saying
that's what I'm saying. I'm not speaking on what you're speaking on, Wall Street.
I mean, do you hear how dumb this is? For those that are not aware, FBA is just another way of saying Black American. Black Americans who have been here for generations that don't have immigrant backgrounds. We realize that immigrants, along with their various ways of hustling the system, have learned that they can claim to be who we are and also hustle the system better by dipping in and out of our identity and also using their identity whenever they need to and advancing themselves with that ability to scam the system that way. And now that we are self-declaring our identity, many of us are calling ourselves FBA. I call myself Indigenous American Black or Indigenous Black American. The only reason why I don't allow myself to go with FBA is because I think that we should be doing a lot more after 7 years offline. And I feel like it's stagnated to the point where I can't rock with it because it's been targeted as a hate group and all this other stuff. So I rather call myself Indigenous American Black. Nonetheless, we have a right, we have the prerogative to self-declare our own identity so that we can disallow immigrants from being able to utilize our name anymore. And now that Trump is doing all these mass deportations and he is disallowing them benefiting off of all the different things that they've been benefiting off of, it's going to give a better clarity on who is who in this country, which is working for us with our delineation. But these people, instead of, being appreciative that we are American and we are spared from what's going on, they are taking out their anger onto the so-called notion of us desiring to self-identify ourselves. And I think the reason being is that the Pan-Africans have been in our ear. I didn't know of Pan-Africanism until 2018, but they've been around, I guess, since the 60s or 70s or something. And they thought by now in 2025 that they would have a strong hold in our mentality. With the beginning, with us talking about delineation and self-declaring our identity, it pushes out the way Pan-African talk. And that's why many people that's been talking about Pan-Africanism for 10 years or more are really, really upset because they thought that they were really working hard to change the mindset of us to give away our identity to everybody, because that's essentially what Pan-Africanism does. It tells you as a Black American that you need to just stay a blanketed Black person so everyone can feed off of you like a parasite, and that you don't have your own claim separate from anyone else so they can continue to eat off of you. And then when the other people, the other immigrants go for their claim, they can specify who they are separate from you. So they get to get your claim and they get to get their own claim. So they get to double dip and you stay dumb with nothing. That's what Pan-Africanism does. This is why I'm anti-Pan-Africanism. It's not that I hate anybody. It's just that I see the hustle as it is. I see that it makes us dumbed down and gullible and silly. So to hear these grown men on this platform arguing for 12 hours over this topic here, like, I don't get that part. Like, really, after all these years, it's been the same argument, and now it's intensified. The more Trump does in exposing, all the scams and all these different things that's going on around us, the more people are getting angered for some strange reason over Black Americans having freedom and the ability to abstain from dealing with the immigrants and their plight. That's what they're really mad about, because they thought that we're going to be out on the streets running around acting a fool, protesting and burning stuff and throwing rocks all over the place and acting crazy and all that, and we're not doing it. So people feel some kind of way that we are left to not be the targeted group as before. They want us to be just as targeted as they are. And that's why most of these people on this platform are mad. I don't know who is really the true Indigenous American Black on the platform, because some of them could be lying and covering who they really are, but they are obviously upset with us having our own mind and thinking for our own selves. And that's why they're pissed. Let's go get back to this. Let's go.
Hey, and I'm saying
that's why I said I'm not speaking on what you're speaking on our street. That's why I don't even want to really go deep. I don't want to.
I mean, this
You're saying you don't disagree.
You sound silly as hell, Willie.
Like you shouldn't. You don't.
That's just my personal opinion, Domo.
No, not you, Aaron. I'm talking about what Will said.
You disagree?
Because I think the only issue with FBA is the xenophobic shit. Like I have no problem with niggas that's like I'm FBA, but I don't really I'm not tripping off. I don't beef with Pan Africans. I ain't got no static with I don't really do it. Them niggas, them people are fine.
We're not xenophobic. The problem is Pan Africans don't know how to leave Black Americans alone. They claim they're about unity with everybody. They claim they love Africa. They claim they want to build up Africa, but they're steadily in the faces of people that have said we're not interested in Africa. We didn't say we hate anybody. We just said that's not our destiny. That's not our love. That's not our allegiance. We never been on that. We're not on that now. And they can't respect it and move forward. They got to force their ideology on us because they're, in my mind, are paid to do so. I think a lot of them are set up behind the scenes with some think tank or something, and they've been paid over the years to try to get us to be molded in this mindset of Pan-Africanism. And now that FBA is here, they realize that the gig is up and all of us are not on the Pan-African train. And they are the monies that they garnered over the years for Pan-Africanism is not paying off. So they are going to get explosive in a little bit. But I'm going to play just like another 15 minutes and then I'm going to wrap this up. But I just want to give y'all an idea of why I'm glad Trump made the decision for us, made this decision for us.
Niggas, them people are fine. Or even the FBA that are Pan-Africans. You feel me? That's like, hell yeah, I love that.
That argument
but I'm a foundation
to the FBA website. Once you go to the FBA website and you know what they stand on, yeah, this is problematic.
Bro, we've been to the website a million times, bro.
That's my point. So
yeah, I think it's only right for some people to be able to be like, well, Tariq Nasheed, like whatever website Tariq Nasheed created doesn't fully determine how I understand this or how I believe this. I think that's a legitimate argument.
So Domo, what I say,
they're gonna have to call themselves something else. They're gonna have to call themselves something else, and that gets about my whole. That gets about my. Oh yeah, if he created FBA, he owns the website, he owns all the merch, he dictates who everybody should go after and attack, and everybody works with him and protects him and everything else. Then you got to subscribe to everything he says, or else you got to call yourself something else.
Something else. Fact.
And that's my whole thing with the FBA thing. What's the purpose of it? I was always proud to be a Black American. I didn't, and that's being a Pan-African. I was always proud to be a Black American because within Pan-Africans, it's the whole diaspora.
Correct.
I represent the Black American part of that diaspora, and I've always been proud to be a Black American because that's what. Without me being Black American, I couldn't be playing African unless I was Jamaican. I could be if I was Jamaican or some shit like that, whatever the case may be. But my whole point is that's attached to my Pan Africanism, right? And like we got the Black Heritage flag. And Black Heritage Day and everything else out here in North. Like the Black Heritage flag that they done bastardized. That's another thing pissing me off about this FBA movement. They done bastardized the Black Heritage flag that was created out here for the same thing.
The FBA flag looks like the Puerto Rican flag.
You put the same thing that the FBA is trying to.
The real question is, can you truly be a Pan-African living in America and not leaving America to go help out Africans since you claim you care so fucking much for them? You can't be on panels for hours upon hours upon hours and legitimately do this Pan-African talk. But they think that they can just talk the part and somehow it's supposed to translate into everybody else falling in line like they have supposedly fallen in line. All these years of talking about Pan-Africanism and not materialize nothing to show forth, to not have no influence on the minds of anyone, that could be very brutal, I guess, to the ego. But that's what has been going on. And this guy speaking, his name is Psychopatheus. And if I go to his platform real quick, I'm going to show y'all how long he's been talking about Pan-Africanism for, if I can find his channel. Sometimes it's hard for me to find it. I want to just give you an illustration though, because I've been listening to this fool forever, and he goes on rants upon rants upon rants about people not doing what he says to do. That's why I feel like he is hired behind the scenes to get people to be influenced by him, and he's just not been a good person to influence. I mean, he's not very convincing. I don't know what to tell him, but he feels some kind of way. Like I said, he did a live stream for 12 hours yesterday. Looking at his channel, he only has 3,700 people as subscribers, and if you go, he's been on his platform since 2018. I've been literally on a platform since 2018 as well. He has over 1 million views since 2018, and all he talks about is so-called Black unity and Pan-Africanism. So that just gives you an example of what I mean about these stationary people that you don't know. He never shows his face. You don't know what his real ethnicity is. Many of these people are really Caribbeans and Africans, but they try to tell us that they're just like us. And they're trying to tell us that we need to be on the mindset of what they're on. And they get frustrated when we're not on the same mindset because they're being paid to tell us to do that. And we're not doing it. So this is going to get explosive. I'm just going to let it play for a little bit. I'll come back. I just kind of like wanted to give you a little bit more commentary. But just listen to how ridiculous this goes. Again, we're not stopping nobody from going to Africa. We're not stopping nobody from unifying. We're just saying as Black Americans, we need to really get our mind right, and we need to focus on our own group. We've been here and there and everywhere, but dealing with our own situation and our own family and our own group of people. We don't even have the same mentality right now. And the reason why we don't is because we have imports from all over in our group now, in our spaces now, arguing with us about who we are and what we want to do. That's the issue. People won't leave us alone and move on with their so-called Pan-Africanism because we are the agenda. That's the whole point. We are the actual agenda, and they hope to change our mind to move us forward to being servants to Africans. That's what they want us to be. I remember one of the people on another channel, Collagenesis, I think it's Collagenesis. Anyways, Collination. He had a fool on the platform arguing about us. Supposedly, we should have been a welcoming a welcoming people to Africans and Caribbeans to come to America and help them to get acquainted with America. And we supposed to put the burden on ourselves to, reach out to these people and deal with them. We didn't invite them to America. We don't know them. What benefit is it to deal with anyone that just got here? But people just say some of the dumbest shit, and they're like, oh yeah, the burden's on you, Black American. Oh yeah, Black Americans, you're the one with the most money. You're supposed to support all these other projects. Oh yeah, Africans, they have so many debts. You're supposedly have more money. You're supposed to help out with debts and projects and everything they want to place on us as the sacrificial lamb for Africa. That's what it is. And we're saying, why aren't the Africans willing to do that? Isn't it their beloved continent of Africa? Isn't it their homeland? Why won't they do the sacrifice? Why do they think somehow that I want to raise my hand for joy to be willing to be sacrificed for them? That's Pan-Africanism. You don't get nothing in return. You just give. And you risk it all just to get a pat on the back and validation that you're also an African like they claim you are. And that's not what I'm out here trying to do. I don't give a damn about being accepted by anybody. I give a damn about how I feel about me. And that's what people are pissed about, because they can't manipulate and they can't control someone with a mind to think for themselves. Pan-Africanism tells you to think about everybody else but yourself. How are we going to win like that?
That gay flag look like a Puerto Rican flag.
But the same thing that the FDA is crying about. We used to see all these people out here with all these flags and everything else. It's very diverse out here, many different cultures. And the only flag we had to wave was the American flag. Well, Black people is detached from the American flag. We don't like that red, white, and blue due to these Uncle Sambo movies.
See, that's what I'm saying. He is lying to himself. He's been preaching and teaching that we should not like the red, white, and blue flag, the American flag. And he's living in America. And he's talking about being anti-American. And he's trying to encourage us to have the mentality of hating America. For what? But yet he won't leave America because he hates it so much and go to Africa. I think some of these people need to be banned from America for some of the toxic rhetoric that they talk about. But let's listen to this again. This is where it starts turning and gets really silly.
Flag.
But the same thing that the FDA is crying about. We used to see all these people out here with all these flags and everything else. It's very diverse out here, many different cultures. And the only flag we had to wave was the American flag. Well, Black people is detached from the American flag. We don't like that red, white, and blue. Well, we used to didn't like that red, white, and blue to these Uncle Sambo movement. Now everybody red, white, and blue now.
See, he doesn't even know all of the millions of us. How could he know what we want? He's speaking for himself, and he's hoping to say that that is the mindset I'm telling you, you got to have. But that's not the mindset of many of us. Millions of us don't give a damn about Africa like that. I mean, I don't wake up wondering about, oh, mother Africa, oh my God, I long for the day to touch down and kiss the ground. No, I'm not worshiping Africa. I'm sorry. That don't work out. I'm not dumb. You're not playing me like a fiddle. I'm sorry. Get the fuck out of here with the silliness of that. But he's about to go in.
But it was a time where Black people couldn't stand that red, white, and blue. They didn't want to wear that.
So now they got the FBA flag. So what's the problem?
So they came up with the Black Heritage Act. I'm talking. We came up with the Black Heritage flag, and then this was in the '60s. This was in the '60s. But somehow or another, Tariq want to remix this, throw a whole lot of xenophobia into it, a whole bunch of silly nonsense. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Drawing people in with these pseudo fake ass reparation claims. They ain't never gonna happen with these weirdos because they ain't doing nothing but fucking reparations up. ridiculous.
I agree. So a pipe dream of unified Africa is something, but reparations, that'll never happen.
Did you hear what I just said? You missed everything I just said. I said you FBA weirdos fucked up reparations. That's what I said.
Right.
I said y'all fucked it up.
Why they FBA weirdos? Because you don't agree with them?
If y'all cared about reparations, y'all wouldn't be trying to assassinate the character of potential voters who'll get you the reparations that you're looking for.
These immigrant niggas ain't worried about black Americans, bro. Cut it out.
That's cap. That's cap.
They not voting thinking about black Americans, bro.
How are you quantifying this?
Because they don't go and vote with black Americans in mind.
Who's they?
Black immigrants. They vote for their group.
Which ones? Names.
All of them.
Give me states. I want states and I want names.
Somalians in Minnesota.
I want states
Somalians in Minnesota.
I don't want talking points.
Somalians in Minnesota, for example. They vote for them.
That's our name.
They vote for them.
You just said Somalians. Who are they?
Nigga, all of them, nigga. All of them.
I want to make content on them. Who? All of
you want to make? You're not going to make no content on them, bro. No, you ain't.
You just want to talk shit about some
Ilhan Omar, ain't that her name?
You don't even know who you're
Ain't that her name? Ilhan.
Who you're mad at?
Hey, shout out Ilhan Omar. Bro, I'm sitting here giving you a name right now, bro. What are you so upset about? Calm down.
Spirit-tard nonsense.
Bro, what are you getting upset about, bro?
Out in Minnesota is plotting and scheming to put their foot on our fucking neck, and you can't give me one
Nobody
name.
said that, bro. That's not what I said.
Name. All you giving me is this.
That's not what I said, bro. Why don't you calm down for a second and hear what I'm saying, actually?
Pseudo YouTube talking point.
Bro, why don't you calm down for a second and listen to what I'm saying, bro? Calm down for a second.
Somalians. What the fuck is that?
Excuse me, bro. Why don't you calm down for a second? Let's have a conversation.
Give me a name.
Let's have a conversation instead of screaming over each other.
I asked you for a name and you said
okay, so you're going to have to stop talking for a second, bro.
You're
going to have to stop talking for a second.
Give me a name.
That congresswoman from Minnesota, the Somalian bitch. Ilhan. Bro, stop interrupting me. I'm trying to say her name right now. You keep interrupting me.
You don't even know their goddamn name.
Ilhan, ain't that her name? Ilhan or some shit?
Ilhan?
There you go. Listen, bro. They go vote for themselves. They not worried about you.
Yeah, you vote the days.
So then what's the problem with? So then what's the problem?
So he doesn't even want to take the time to hear the guy out. You hear how rabid sounding he is. This is embarrassing. I mean, I want to get on the platform and have a reasonable conversation with these guys, but I know I can't because this is all we'll get. Highly emotional, triggered dudes with no home training and no discipline. Typical. He is trying to not hear the fact that Minnesota has been charged or alleged for fraud, for scams, for over $1 billion. A woman that was put in power and she was able to manipulate and milk the system. She didn't give a damn about Black Americans. She ain't did nothing for Black Americans, but yet we're supposed to be down for Pan-Africanism because she can claim the title of being Black. And he's just on get in line, fall in line, be down for anyone that claims Black because we got to all love on everybody that's Black. Again, even if they're doing harm to the community, even if they are doing bad to our government, even if they're milking the system and making it so hard to where we're unable to get benefited like we should because we are Americans, we're not visitors, they are. And he's not wanting to hear the guy. But listen to this.
Wait a minute, bro. Again, calm down, yo. What are you screaming for?
All these goddamn pronouns. Stop hitting me in pronouns.
What are you screaming for, bro? You acting like a girl. Calm down, my nigga.
Give me a name. Stop
what you acting like a girl for?
Stop with the names.
These immigrant niggas do not go and vote with you in mind, bro. So why should FBAs go vote with them in mind? Bro, but why should FBA people care about any other group?
You're right back to dumb shit. I'm still trying to get a name out of you. Why does it take
I just gave the fucking name.
He gave the bitch a name. Elian. We don't know. Elian Omar. You should know the bitch's name if you are all on Pan-African tip And everybody that claims black, you should know the news. He just wanted to embarrass him. He wanted to jam him up like a bully and make him just pipe down and to silence. That's what he's trying to do. But, you know, I'm not good with names myself. I could talk about a story and I can't recall the damn name because I'm just not good with names. I got to like talk about the story right when it's in front of my face and then I move on. But the point is that a scam is all over the place involving immigrants. They don't come over here with us in mind. They only think about us when they need us. I think that this guy that's yelling and screaming is an immigrant. I feel that he got to be either Jamaican or Haitian or some other Caribbean or African. He never shows his face, but he's highly sensitively angered easily. And he's overboard with it. It's like, dude, we're just having a conversation. I'm just trying to tell you, like, look, there's frauds and scams over there in Minnesota. The woman was just called out about it. Trump is going in on her because of all the stuff that's been discovered about her. But he can't even get to that part talking ever so gently like that because he's so adamant in controlling the conversation because he has an agenda in mind. And again, we're the agenda, how to get us to fall in line and get in order and all that kind of thing. We're not following none of you bitches that are Pan-Africans. None of y'all. Y'all have not earned or deserved any of us to listen to you not one fucking time. All you guys do is scam. All you do is get us to trust you and give up this and try out that. Everything involving our money to your hand. We're not fucking with y'all like that. We don't want to be servient to Africans. Sorry. We don't want to serve nobody. We don't want to sacrifice for nobody but ourselves. If Africans need to sacrifice to make their situation better in their home country, they got to get back over there to do it. We're not going in their place.
Gave the name several times.
If I came up on here and said this motherfucker pissed me off, I'm gonna
be. Y'all niggas act like fucking bitches, yo. Just because somebody don't want to be a fucking Pan-African. Y'all niggas act like fucking hoes, man.
I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Just like little ass fucking girls. All because somebody don't want to be a Pan-African.
Besides what I asked about.
Because somebody don't want to be a Pan-African. This nigga in his feelings about it, nigga. NBA don't have nothing to do with you being Pan-African. Go be a Pan-African if you want to be a Pan-African, nigga. What you mad at NBA for? NBA don't stop you from being Pan-African.
He can't even give me a name.
Fucking bitch ass niggas, yo. Y'all act like little ass girls about everything.
Still nigga babbling. Why are you still nigga babbling and not giving me a name?
Nigga over here screaming and yelling over there defending some motherfucking immigrant nigga.
My spirit tells me, Psychopathia, that you are African. I just feel in my heart of hearts, somewhere over there on that continent you are from. And it is your goal and intention to trick us out of our identity and birthright, to help out you guys' cause, to want to come over here and stay in America and have us flee the coop so that it leaves room for you and yours. And you're so upset that you've been online since 2018 and all that yapping and yelling and screaming and all that honking and all those contractions that you use on your platform, making all those buzz sounds and all that stupid shit that you do on your platform. None of that shit has worked. It's all been for nothing, dude. It gotta be embarrassing. I understand. I get it. God damn. Since 2018, nobody gives a fuck about Pan-Africanism? God. Wow. But look at the bright side. It's best to get out while you can. Maybe you might be one of the ones that might get a ride back home before the holidays. I don't know. Is that your situation? Is that why you're so upset? Is that why you're so butthurt? What is your story for real, Psychopathia? I really feel like you're a hater. I remember I did get on your platform years ago and ultimately you blocked me. So I think you got wind of my platform and you blocked me. You didn't want no parts of For Black at all. You really ran away from me. because I am the truth. I am the truth, and I am not a typical woman. I don't try to appease men because I need to be under the protection and the governance of a guy. I kind of like go by how I feel and discern, and I figure stuff out as I go. And I learned back in 2018 that Pan-Africanism was a lie, and it was a gimmick, and I needed to prove it, and I did. It took a while to get people to understand what I was feeling and what I know, but we there now. We are there now. Thank God for delineation, because it has really woken us up. Now, what I will say about Tariq, I don't like what Tariq has been doing lately. Yes, he does speak a good game, and he does explain stuff that makes us understand why our mentality should be the way that it is. But I mean, he needs to go full throttle off of YouTube and try to like get in the good graces of talking to Trump and other things like that to try to make it official and try to bargain for us like other groups do. It's like he's doing all this extra stuff on YouTube, but still staying stagnatedly comfortable on platforms and not go anywhere outside of what he's doing. Yeah, he does do a reparations rally, but there's no letters and other things. There's no sense of urgency about nothing. It's kind of like everything is cool as it is. We ain't got to really do nothing. And I think that that is not the best way to be, especially when you have the type of influence that Tariq has. He can influence people to write letters. He can influence people to do other things, not to be the leader, but to be somebody that cares about, you know, our group and wanting to bargain for our group. Every other group has like associations. They have like think tanks. They have like, you know, all, just they get the ear of the government. That's what they do. They go get the ear of the government somehow, some way to speak up for their people. But our people that represent us are just kicked back on YouTube. That's why people think that we're not really about what we're speaking on. And that's what I don't like about FBA. I like the delineation part. I like speaking up for yourself and shutting people down online. But I don't particularly care about all the joking that goes on nonstop, because I think that we got that understood that we can joke and tell them their truth and move on. I think it's kind of like pointless at this point to continue that rhetoric. That's my opinion. But again, this guy is butthurt, and it doesn't make sense that he gets so irate. I'm thinking, psychopathist, that you are African.
Nothing about your black ass.
I'm not gonna let you deflect. I'm not gonna let you deflect.
I'm not deflecting, my nigga.
I'm not gonna let you deflect. I'm gonna make you stand on the dumb shit you say. Now I need you to give me a fucking name.
Ilhan, nigga. The Somalian bitch in Minnesota that don't care about your black ass.
Ilhan who?
Now I done said the name again, nigga.
What part of office do they hold?
You gotta prove what you're saying. What has Ilhan Omar done to show you that she don't care about her black constituents?
Absolutely nothing.
No, let him answer. He said that too. Like he clearly has a reason to call her a bitch, or unless he's just calling her a bitch because she's an immigrant.
If anything, he said it because Tariq said so. Daddy told him to say it. He don't even know why he mad. He don't even know why he mad. He don't even know.
Policy by Ilhan Omar that you feel like was detrimental to the black community.
That was my question, Domo.
Yeah.
Crickets.
Hey, BM, we talking to you, bro. Name what you said that bitch Ilhan Omar.
Right.
So what name the policy that she was responsible for, or that she supported, that you feel like is worthy of her being called a bitch?
That was anti-Pan-African.
Or that was just anti-black people.
One example.
So he's trying, this other dude, Domo, another nut, is trying to equate black for being Pan-African. Like, if you're black, you got to be Pan-African. You gotta be there for that black person. Again, that's a good way to be in hustle. I cannot believe how simple-minded these men are. I really feel bad that they have no discernment, and I also feel bad if they're fathers, because how can they be protective of their kids and their women when they can't discern nothing? They can't understand and link together common sense stuff that doesn't mesh up right. And you're going off of the fact that she claims to be black and that's all she needs to do for you to ride for her and die for her. Like, that's so fucking stupid. Domo, you are dumb. You're another loudmouth dude that sometimes I think you need to be tranquilized to sleep. You do too much on the platform. You say nigga way too fucking much. That's why I call you a nigga. Because you're the type of guy that I wouldn't want around me, not even for a second. Y'all talk too fucking much. Y'all act like women. God damn. Like, I'm more controlled and poised than you, and I am a woman. Make that make sense. How will women follow men like y'all when y'all show no discipline, no critical thinking, no common sense? You just go off of the fact that she claims to be black. That's all you need to be a nut or crash dummy for her for? That's why people laughing at us as black Americans, because we don't have integrity about who we are and how we're moving. Y'all just moving willy-nilly and dumbly. Get y'all shit together, yo.
Besides just having her name from Fox.
He ain't got nothing. He ain't got nothing. He Google, but he probably watching a Tariq video right now so he can get a response. It's disgusting what these dudes. These dudes just sit up here and just repeat shit. They don't even got nothing. They can't even tell you why they mad. They start hitting you with pronouns, they and thems and those people and this and that. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Can I get some names? Do I know who the fuck I'm supposed to be mad about? I need to know who the fuck I'm supposed to be mad about. Don't just start naming. They don't have an argument with that name. That shit don't work for me. Fuck y'all think y'all talking to? I'm gonna hold y'all to this dumb shit y'all say.
But he can't give you an argument for the name he gave.
Well, no, he can't. And I'm asking what the FDA do politically. Some Somalians fucking y'all low politically. What FDA doing about it? Besides crying about it on TikTok. What you doing about it? Where your politicians at? Where they at? Where they at? Where the motherfuckers in office that's repping FDA? Where they at? Where the pushback? Where y'all at? That's right, y'all ain't got none because y'all ain't 6 years old. Y'all ain't 6 years old. Y'all ain't got shit.
Yeah.
That's some whiny ass niggas online. That's what the fuck y'all are.
Oh, 6-year-old niggas.
You gonna do about it?
That's what you been, bitch. That's what you been, bitch. We've been minding our business, getting our mentality better, not allowing people to just come in and swoop in and fragment what we want to be. You come in and change the whole situation with this rabbit talk of Pan-African talk. You are, what I would call you is what do you call that? Provocateur. Yeah, you're a provocateur. You are deliberately on platforms creating this chaos that doesn't even need to be. Like, yo, how old are you? You got to be over 30 years old sounding like a clown like this. Like, dude, like, no one takes you serious. You're just a loudmouth, muck mouth sounding bitch. I hope you get this video. I would love to tell you to your face, but again, I don't like guys screaming and yelling and all that. I'm not going to match your energy. I'm too old for all that. I got to watch my high blood pressure. I wouldn't stoop down to that any longer. I used to years ago. I can't do it no more. But you need to understand that no woman in her right mind is going to be listening to that bullshit, dude. Every time I listen to you, I have to leave to go somewhere else. I got to watch about 2 or other videos at the same time while listening to you, because I can't take your overbearing bullshit. It's way too much. I'll be trying to see where you're going. It's the same shit every single time. Chaos. I'm going to whine and cry and scream and moan until I get my way, till I can get them to say, yeah, you right. That's what you want to hear. Okay, yeah, you right. No, you're not going to never get that from somebody like me. I'm going to tell you to shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah.
Wet behind the ears. Smell like cinnamon.
Man, y'all niggas mad because FBA don't want to be African, nigga. They don't want to be Pan-African.
Hey, bro, can you
be Pan-African without SBA, bro.
Can you answer
What are you mad about?
Can you name
Can
one
you answer
policy?
Domo's question?
Can you name one policy by Ilhan Omar that you feel like was detrimental to black people?
Since you put her name out there. Nobody said she was detrimental to black people. So, what I just said was is that they are their own voting bloc and they go vote for their best interest. It has nothing to do with black Americans. So why should I give a shit about them?
Hold on,
that's really common sense.
Here's the thing, though.
See, y'all talk Pan-Africanism. Y'all don't talk that shit to the Somalians. They don't talk Pan-Africanism, and y'all don't go lecture them. And the reason why y'all don't go lecture them is because y'all know they don't want to hear that shit. But you want to lecture everybody else, though. Don't lecture the Somalians about Pan-Africanism.
What the fuck, nigga? You don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings.
I didn't say nothing about. When did I say something about feelings? I'm saying a fact. They go vote for their own voting bloc. They go vote for themselves.
You sound like a heartbroken female. Hold on. What is African hurt? You sound like a goddamn female. Stop that shit.
Stop with the bullshit, nigga.
Right?
Give me a fact.
Like, so Somali people and black people, actually, Somalis and black people both voted for Ilhan Omar. Right? They both did. So you're saying
and who benefited? Who benefited, by the way?
So explain.
And who benefited, by the way? The Somalians. Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Okay. Democrats that I'm telling you who benefited.
Okay, how?
You're dumb.
Show me all the great things that black people got in Minnesota for voting for.
You don't even know politics. You don't even know how districts
Show me. What did they get? What did they get so much?
What
did they get so much of?
You know how districts work.
All you gotta do is just show me what they got, and I'll shut the fuck up.
Yes or no?
Yeah, about to get rid of Chuck Schumer.
Bro, you're making the claim, ABM. So that means that you have something that you saw,
right?
That she did.
I'm making the claim what? That Somalians voted for their Somalian candidate?
The point is, no one thinks about your ass if you are a black American. What Skycopathia is, I believe he's African. He's an immigrant with an immigrant background. He's down for the cause of immigrants and migration and all of that, illegals and everything else like that. He's for anybody and everybody that claims to be black. Open borders, all of that. Marxism thinking, all of that. Shield talk, Democrat, all of that. That's the vein in which your lane is. There's not no standard. There's no nothing that you have to maneuver to impress us. You just get it like that because you claim black. That's how they want to train us to be like. And we're not going for that because that is the dumbest, stupidest way to be. Like, people earn your trust over time. You don't just give it away. You don't just give something precious just because, we're not into the business of just giving up everything just because. But that's what a Pan-African migrant or immigrant would want us to be like, because they benefit off of us staying lame and stagnant and fragmented and confused and all of these other things. They benefit off of that. When we're mobilized and we move and we do stuff, we get shit together, we formulate a real group unity, and we approach the government with what we want and what we desire, then we can really move mountains. I'm just grateful that Trump is taking the initiation to delineate us officially without us having to lift a fucking finger. I'm so thankful, because these types of guys right here, leave it to them, we're screwed. Think about that, y'all.
Well, that's common sense.
Black people voted for
and they don't care about the Pan-Africanism.
Black people voted for
Go lecture Somalians about Pan-Africanism, and let's see what happens. And let's see what happens.
You're dumb. You're just emotional.
Go lecture the Somalians about Pan-Africanism. Let's see what happens.
Emotional female ass FBA nigga. You emotional ass female Somali ass nigga.
Them niggas ain't listening to you, nigga. They don't care about nothing you talking about, nigga.
That motherfucker's slow.
They don't care nothing about what you talking about, nigga. They not trying to hear none of that shit. Y'all niggas got far enough without worrying about no fucking Pan-African. The homie said it earlier that these niggas don't even consider themselves black.
I don't give a fuck what none of you guys say. I don't give a fuck what you guys say. You came here, nigga. What the hell you talking about? We don't care what you guys say.
Baby ass niggas.
You're female. You're African hurt.
These niggas mad.
You niggas
mad because you don't want to be African with them and shit. Like, yo, get the fuck out of here, nigga.
Because you ain't doing nothing politically. You ain't doing nothing socially. Only thing y'all doing is social medially. Get the fuck up out of here, son. That shit is stupid.
And what are you doing? And what are you doing? Nobody knows who you are, nigga. You don't have a Pan-African nothing out here. You don't have a Pan-African soda machine out this bitch, nigga. You ain't got a Pan-African lemonade stand out here, bro. Nobody knows who you are. Where's the Pan-African school? Y'all couldn't even get the damn school up and running with Umar. Y'all couldn't even get the goddamn school up and running, nigga. Like, get out of here, man. Niggas mad.
It's a bunch of online trolls. You niggas back. And I'm gonna show you how
niggas mad, yo. You mad as shit. Niggas don't want to be African. You mad.
Get out troll. What the fuck you think going on around here?
You mad because somebody don't want to have red, black, and green and shit. Nigga, nobody care about that shit, nigga.
Because that's the only fucking thing you're good for. You ain't good for nothing else.
That's what Cuba was saying earlier. Why you ain't saying?
Did you notice that he asked him, "What are you doing?" And he hurried up and deflected off of that. That's the point. They want to make sure we don't do nothing. That's the whole point of them coming online with these platforms in our spaces about our topic, about our identity and everything. Because if he was a real Pan-African, why not get all the Pan-Africans to collaborate on your platform together that only want to talk about what Pan-Africans are supposed to be about? Why not cut off the so-called FBA or anyone that does not subscribe to your ideology and have like 10 men or 9, however, allowed to be on a platform and get it popping among yourself? Because y'all not really seriously about what you're claiming. You want us to be serious about what you're claiming. You want us to be the sacrifice of what you want. You want us to be the lame sacrifice and duck so that you can just play with anytime you want, abuse anytime you like, discard whenever you desire. That's what this is. They're in the way of us mobilizing something concrete. They want to get ahead of us doing something because they want that something to be about them. That's why they got all this emotion, because it doesn't make sense to have all this emotion. Like, okay, I'm not Pan-Africanism. You are. Okay, you claim you want to be a Pan-African because of this and that and the other. Oh, I can respect that, but I'm still not Pan-African. Moving right along. That should end the conversation. You should go on about your business. But for some strange reason, Psychopathia, Damo, and all the others, the only one that I respect on this platform is Q Butter. For those that don't know, Q Butter actually has a school, or a couple of schools, I think now, where he he teaches kids science and stuff like that. The only problem I have is that he's Pan-African. He's in New York, I believe. He talks about being a Pan-African just like everybody else goes in the paint about. At least he's practically doing what he preaches, though. I have to say he's done that part. It's just that he doesn't understand. Globally speaking, everybody still is trying to get to the Black American to, again, use us for their upliftment and leave us where we are. He doesn't get that part. He is believing and having faith in this so-called unity because he got a few people to believe in his mindset of teaching what he teaches, and he's kind of different and all that kind of thing. I can appreciate you, Q Butter. I don't have really big problems with you, although I think you're a little bit delusional because you're not going to ever be globally all over the place You're going to still stay in America. So are you really Pan-African? If you're only in America, you're doing what Americans should be doing. Having a school in your neighborhood, teaching the kids that's around the way, teaching them. I believe in everything you're doing besides the Pan-African part about it. But I don't respect Psychopathia, Damo, and all these other clowns. They're distractors. They collaborate to disrupt any cohesion among ourselves. They think they're smarter. They think they're better. They think they can bully. They think they can pimp. And they're embarrassments. But I know that Damo is married, I believe, to an African. So this is why he is on that trip. Many of y'all get with some pussy that's foreign and you lose your fucking head. You lose your goddamn mind. Somehow that makes Pan-African real to you. It's like, give me a break, dude. Give me this one woman, dude. Okay, you got pussy. Congratulations. Okay? But that doesn't mean anything global pertaining to Pan-African talk. It still is not going to work. It still is a net laid for us to get trapped in. But you go all out and bent out of shape because you're married to one, which is ridiculous. And of course, I don't think Psychopathia has a woman or girlfriend, nothing. Who could be around all that rabbit talk that you be doing? I'm sure ain't nobody near your ass talking like that. But anyways, let's get back to this shit. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat room. I haven't checked in a while. I don't even know if you're there. But I just wanted to show why I'm glad that Trump is taking matters in his own hand, because we just don't have the capacity of men to do the right thing for our group. They let other men influence them to be bitches and punks and punk out. And it's sad. I got more heart than they would ever have. And I'm a woman. They just on one. Okay, let me see what you've been saying. I'm sorry I haven't been here in a while. You said, where was I? All right. The men in our entire ethnic group are the only dummies doing this stupid shit, wearing capes for other people, including them in our shit. Exactly. Pinky, and what's so sad, the women know better, but the men are clueless. It is not all, but a lot of more men to me that I've been paying attention to are so clueless. And I don't understand how you can be so stupid for so long. Yeah, they sound all stupid, Pinky. You ain't never lied. Those men talking are, what, jealous of Tariq because he started that movement first and he's making money. Yeah, they're jealous of the fact that he has so much influence and he's making money. Yeah, they want to be that one. They think, because I've been on YouTube since 2028, Psychopathia has been on since 2018, rather, that he should be making what Tariq's making. He should be influencing, but he ain't got the talent and he ain't said the right thing to spark our spirit from being awoke. He didn't spark shit because he's talking about loving on everybody else but yourself. How you gonna get people to run to that? Love everybody else but yourself. Oh, no, thank you. I'll pass. I'm gonna love myself first, and then whatever I got left over, I'll love later. I'm not giving up all I got for others. I'm not Jesus, okay? I'm not here to be sacrificed and give my life up for everybody. I'm not that. And we should not be that. That's not how you survive being that. I could tell you that much. He said, Trump, the white man, saving us. Exactly. Pinky, I'm so grateful for Trump. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, what he's proved, he said that he told it on the campaign trail that the immigrants were replacing us. Remember when he said that, Pinky? He said the immigrants are replacing you. They did that on purpose. They're replacing you. And he's right. You said they sound so ignorant. Exactly. It's so embarrassing. Panties need to go to Africa so we won't hear this again. But the problem is, Pinky, we are the agenda. That's why they're not going no damn where. You said Kala is a tether, he's Caribbean. He finally admitted it after I called him a tether. I expect him to say that. Really? What did he say he was? Jamaican or what? He said, I love my American flag. Everyone wants to live under my flag. We Americans better start owning it. Exactly, Pinky. I would say I never shied away from the flag, but I would say since like 2020 is when I started realizing the significance of the flag. I really started understanding that despite all the trauma and pain that we have endured, look at where we are now compared to the other parts of the world. Look at how we're able to have freedom and peace. Not all the time. There's still a lot of hateful people out here, including immigrants that hate on us and even white people that hate on us. But there are those that like us or love us or trying to get to know us. You know, it's a mixed bag. But this is our shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to give up what I got to go try out something new that Africans are not trying to be in. I'm not trying to swap destinies with you. No. Pinky says, damn, he sounds like a lot of men in our ethnic group. I don't want them to get reparations. I don't want him living around me. I know that's right, Pinky. He said he's asking for names. He didn't list the names of people that don't want the American flag flying. He just made himself look like a fool. He shows us why whites don't want a lot of our people in spaces they're in. I know, Pinky, and I get it because I don't want to be around them either. I can't be around loud, obnoxious, overbearing men. I'm sorry. I don't suffer. I don't allow myself to suffer like that. If you ain't got nothing intelligent to say and all you can say is nigga this and screaming and acting all emotional like a bitch, worse than I don't want no parts. I don't want nothing to do with that. He said Trump doesn't want to talk to Tariq. He might talk to Yvette and Tone. You got a point, but another one that's a no-show is Yvette and Carnell. She used to work for the congressional, was it something to do with the congressional something? Shit, I forgot. So she knows about writing to them and petitioning to them, you know, get their fax number and numbers and all these other things she could be doing. And yet she's not. I mean, what's up with that? It just kind of feels a little off. It feels a little off. So I am so appreciative of what Trump is doing, because when all this is said and done and over, the real Americans will stand and all the others will be introduced into a new system. And it's going to be harder for them to just bum rush and say whatever to us to trip us out of claiming America after all this stuff goes down. It's going to be really hard for them to pull that one off. And that's why many people, for the most part, are very upset with us, because they thought that we were supposed to be under the thumb they're under. They want us scrambling. They want us worried. They want us panicking. They want us crying and screaming and moaning and all these things, and we're not. The only issue we have in the thorn in our side is the Pan-Africans. That is the thorn in our fucking side. And they just keep coming every single day religiously. That's how you know this is an agenda. This is how you know we should be shutting them down. And I'm glad more and more of us are shutting them down. Black Alpha Network ain't no joke. I love listening to Afro Elite. And I like some of the things that Tariq says, but I just think that sometimes he could do more with all the years that have passed and all the money he has gained. He should really move, but he's not. So he's comfortable. He's comfortable getting his whatever he's getting. making his millions of dollars and living his life. And while I appreciate I had this mentality before Tariq, but I appreciate him laying out the talking points that we needed to hear. Because even though I kind of knew what was going on, I didn't know how to verbalize what I felt. I was feeling a lot of stuff. I was discerning a lot of stuff. I knew Pan-Africanism was wrong, but I could not put my finger on it. I knew that Dr. Ericana was wrong. I knew that there was scams going on, and all these things came to pass. They all showed up and showed out, but it took time. I can talk about it now better, but you know, it's just so ridiculous that people are still upset that they can't make us into how they want to mold us into. We're refusing to being brainwashed. Essentially, that's what's going on. They're mad because we're not brainwashed by them. You said Tariq trying to keep his entertainment company going. He's not a political activist. Yeah, you're right. Definitely. They have no self-control. They're laughing at the men and women that follow them. They just don't know, Pinky. The Africans are laughing. They're laughing at these men. They're like, look at these heathens. Look at these ignorant niggas. I mean, it's sad. Yeah, they're damn ignorant. Yeah, mad because he's not. Q is also an immigrant? What? Is he really? Is he Jamaican or what? What is Q? I thought he was a Black American. Pinky says, I didn't hear Trump say that we're being replaced, but he's right in replacing the whites too. No, he did say on the campaign trail, he says, they are replacing you. The immigrants are replacing you. They overflooded the border on purpose. I think he speculated they were doing it for votes. And he says they were here to replace you. If it wasn't for me, they would have been overflooding your neighborhoods and your job opportunities and housing and everything, because that's what they were doing on purpose. And so people want us to put ourselves in harm's way to fight for millions of people that are trying to replace us. Does that make sense? It's ridiculous. You said, I believe Yvette is working. You do? Behind the scenes? Well, she needs to be more vocal than that. That's ridiculous, Pinky. You know, like, it's been 7 years, right? 18, 19, 21, 2, 3, 4, 8 years. You said, I believe her work is what got that new bill passed in California to delineate us from other melanated people. If that's true, Pinky, wouldn't she take credit for it? She ain't talked about it. Have you been watching Mr. USA new videos? What's it been about? Pinky says, I don't listen to Ban or Afro Elite. They just repeat the BSIA said years ago. Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. But you know, Ban, he got over, I think, 200,000 on this last video. He's been going in lately. I like his passion is what I like. I really like his passion because he be speaking bold and he don't give a damn how he tells it. He got, they took some of his views away. Now it went down to 1,229. It was more than that. You said, I believe you when you say Trump said it. Oh yeah, he definitely said it. Let me remind you guys before I play some more what Trump had to say about Ilhan Omar, just for those that may not have heard earlier when I played it. He really broke down, you know, the fact that she was defrauding Minnesota and was allegedly married to her brother. This is what came out of him behind all that at the cabinet meeting. So I want you guys to hear this again. And then we'll go back to that stupid replay. I'll play like a little bit more, then I got to go. I just wanted to make sure I said a little bit more today. So when I come back that, you know, we'd be on the same page.
The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, is saying that he's actually proud to have the largest Somali community in the country, and his police chief.
Well, there's a fool.
Well, his police chief is also
I
saying,
wouldn't be glad to have the largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just people walking around killing each other. Look, these Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. That's a fraud. She tries to deny it now, but you can't really deny it because, you know, it just happened. She shouldn't be allowed to be a congresswoman, and I'm sure people are looking at that. And she should be thrown the hell out of our country. And most of those people, they have destroyed Minnesota, okay? Minnesota, you have an incompetent governor. You have a crooked governor. He's crooked as hell, but he's incompetent. Walz he should be ashamed. That beautiful land, that beautiful state, it's a hellhole right now. And the Somalians should be out of here. They've destroyed our country. And all they do is complain, complain, complain. You have her. She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with... Go back to your own country and figure out your Constitution. All she does is complain about this country. Without this country, she would not be in very good shape. She probably wouldn't be alive right now. So Somalia is considered by many to be the worst country on earth. I don't know. I haven't been there. I won't be there anytime soon. I hope. But what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable. It's not even believable. And a lot of it starts with the governor. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama, because that's when people started coming in. And you have to have people come in that are going to love our country, cherish our country. They want to kiss our country goodnight. They talk about our country. We want them to pray for our country. This is not the people living in Minnesota. And she's a disaster. She should not be, and her friends shouldn't be allowed. Frankly, they shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople, okay? They shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople because they don't represent the interests of our country. Anybody else?
Okay. Why can't we be like that? Be direct, be bold, be unapologetic, be about your business here in America as your own group of people like everybody else is. Everybody else don't give a damn about nobody else but their own first. Maybe down the road he'll pick up and help some people along the way, but he's not just willy-nilly trying to like support everybody off of the sacrifice and the taxation of the American people. He's not willing to do that. And these fools want us to just be willy-nilly available and usable for anybody, for anything at all times. And that's just so fucking pathetic. Like the way that we move, I just don't even know what to say, y'all. I don't. I'm going to play a little bit more than I'm going to go, just to give you a glimmer of why I'm glad Trump took the wheel and made decisions that's going to delineate us officially.
This goddamn blunt up, because I'm motherfucking gonna smoke this goddamn blunt up. I'm gonna
FBA ain't got nothing to do with you, nigga. You can feel free to be a Pan-African, and it don't have nothing to do with FBA. You mad because FBA don't want to be down with your ideology. That's all that is, yo. You like a Jehovah's Witness. You mad because somebody don't want to be your ideology. Like, get the fuck out of here, nigga. You know what's crazy?
You worship Chinese people shitting on Africans. You worshiping Chinese people while shitting on Africans. You're a self-loathing ass goon. You're a self-loathing ass goon. Get the fuck up out of here and go watch a kung fu flick. What the fuck you doing over there?
Huh? Oh, shit.
Get up. Get up!
So mad as shit. Niggas don't want to be African.
I'm not done talking to you. You think it's over?
Nigga, you talking all that Africa, but you never gonna move there, bro.
And what's interesting, none of these clowns addressed the elephant in the room where all the immigrants are gonna have to go. TPS is drying out. Everything else, as far as deportations, is happening to these melanated folks. Where's that Pan-African talk to them? Wouldn't they be the ones that need that talk the most? If it was really real, shouldn't you want to reach out to the Haitian and Jamaican and African community and suggest they go to Africa if they can't go back home? Shouldn't you lend whatever resources or whatever you're talking about with this Pan-African talk towards that end? Why are you in our ear arguing with us over what we don't want to be like you for? It's just a little bit weird. It's just really, really weird. And it's overplayed. But this is what they do all the time, y'all. And so I just wanted to let y'all hear why we have to untether these people from us, like spiritually, physically, financially. We have to stand on our own feet as Americans first. And Trump is helping us find our way, whether we like it or not. We are not Pan-Africans. We are no longer Democrats. We're waking up to the reality that we really don't have allies, especially people claiming to be black. We're on our own. If we do not understand that being American is the best thing since Wonder Bread, and everything else is just all stupid, you're undercutting your blessing and your birthright and the sacrifices of your ancestors of old. You're choosing to be other people's fool and use for them and not yourself. That's what Pan-Africanism, and that's why I do not want no affiliations with none of those types of people. But I keep preaching this talk because somebody out there didn't get it, and maybe they got it now. Maybe they understand what I'm saying now. Maybe they'll hit the like later. Maybe they'll subscribe to my channel. I hope that you guys will come back. I will be back hopefully Sunday. We'll have more discussion. If I don't come on early in the morning, then I'll come on sometime in the afternoon Sunday. But we'll have more discussions on what is going on. I'm pretty sure it's kind of like this kind of thing, but at least I'll fill you in on the news with Trump and other things pertaining to what's happening here and now for us to know. And then we'll go to another topic and infuse that with everything. Let me see if anything's been said in the chat room. I appreciate everybody that has listened. I know that I have haters because they don't want us to be upfront about how we feel, because again, people think that we're supposed to be used for everybody's agenda and we're supposed to be sacrificed for everybody. I just don't believe in that type of thinking. If you feel the need to be sacrificed, you do it. You do it. Don't tell me to do something you ain't doing. Leave me the fuck alone. You said, I believe you. Okay. I check in and skip through their videos sometimes. Yeah. They be kind of long sometimes. Trump's going in on Somalians. They are going home. Exactly. TOS needs to end. Those people get here and won't leave. They should be at home building. Exactly. But again, they want to ridicule us for not doing what they think we should be doing and what we should be having right now. But the one thing that we have that they don't have is what they really truly want, and that is our birthright. That is our citizenship. That is our status. That is our name as being American. That is the freedom and the luxury that we have as being Americans that they really want the most. Everything that we ain't got that they got. Billions of dollars, maybe bigger and better jobs, maybe technology, maybe kingdoms, maybe gold, maybe oil. But the one thing that we have on lock that they don't is our birthright and our citizenship. And don't you ever, ever let somebody trick you out of your birthright. Always stand up for being an American. Don't let no immigrant psych you out of your blessing. Don't appease him. Don't try to get validation from them. It's not worth it. So with that being said, thank you all for appearing. Please like and share the video, and bless up.